Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP S4HANA Transportation Management Training. In this course, we'll explore the powerful logistics capabilities of SAP TM to streamline and optimize your transportation operations. You'll master planning, executing, and settling inbound and outbound deliveries across all modes of transport. We'll guide you through configuring SAP TM to support your unique business processes, including setting up transportation requirements, rates, routing, and more. Upon completion, you'll be equipped with the SAP TM expertise to drive transportation visibility, enhance customer service, and enable data-driven logistics strategies. Join us at ZaranTech to unlock the full potential of SAP S4HANA Transportation Management. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. 1. What is master data? 2. Organization management. 3. Creating the organization model. 4. Changing of organization model. 5. Standalone TM. 6. Embedded TM. 7. Creation of locations. 8. Transportation zone. Let's dive in.
So as we know that there are two types, one is the standalone TM and other is the embedded TM. So they would be the same in the case of whether it's a shipper or it's a LSP. Okay. So let us assume that this is our ECC box. And then when we talk about standalone, so we all know that the previous solution that SAP offered in the ECC box was only LETRA shipment, right? So there was no way SAP could introduce the new dimensional TM on the ECC box. So the only way was to have it installed separately in a different server. And the optimizer was also running separately in a different server. So let us create another box, which is SAP TM. And it started from 8.0 to the latest one as of now is 9.6. Post that, SAP is not going to invest much on the new releases of SAP TM, and they are asking the customers to migrate to the S4HANA embedded version. Okay. So how were these two communicating now? Since they are into different boxes, the only medium through which they could communicate was through a middleware. And the middleware that SAP supported out of the box was SAP. Do you know? The sifting is more from the master data standpoint, but the middleware that was used to transfer the transactional data and all of that was SAP PI. So first PI was used, and then there were a lot of business functions that we had to activate, and there were standard APIs that SAP had provided to send data from one server to another. Today also you can get some projects where you will see that TM is still in a different box. I will come to that, what kind of projects it will be. So this is my very first architecture where I started working in 8.0, where we had to have a separate PI resource to do all the PI configurations and all of that. So sometimes the queues were stuck either on the ECC side, sometimes they were not processed on the PI side, sometimes there were issues on the TM side. So it looks maybe very straightforward, but then it was a very cumbersome task. So during every upgrades and all, then you need to have all the resources in place, including PI, functional consultants, technical consultants. So there you could use web services, but then there are a lot of limitations for the web services, right? So that was also not recommended. So it is not as flexible as PI, but I'm not sure. Can you come again with what you mentioned? So if you are creating forms, I think you would have also worked on some interfaces as well, right? So where you are trying to send data to a third-party application or anything. Yeah, so that is mostly on the document side, but you can also use PPF to maybe trigger something to another system or call specific API or something. Okay. Yeah, so this was utmost need to have SAP PI when we have to link the ECC to any of these TM versions. So as of now also it is required. So generally what happens that if you're already working on some document over here and there is a change that happens on the TM side, maybe there is a change in the weight or something, but you are still working on the freight order, so it is not synchronously updated. So generally we used to run a background job, that is the process trigger job. So once when you are out of the edit mode, that job will run again and go and update the respective documents. Okay. So, but now with the embedded version, they use the concept of BGRFC. So where it gets updated synchronously as soon as you are out. So there's no need to have a specific background job as of now. So when we talk about two different systems, right? So all the master data is already on the ECC side. So I'm not talking about the TM specific master data, but when you create an order, so you would need a material, you would need certain business partners. And then when we spoke previously, the business partners on the ECC side are transferred over here as locations because TM only understands locations because I have to go from location A to location B. So business partners, though they are used more from the accounting, that is for settlement or to create a billing document and all of those criteria, but most important criteria is locations and the material master and maybe shipping point and all of that data. So here we had to specifically create different jobs to transfer whatever data we require on the TM side. So the way to transfer data from ECC to TM was what Anant mentioned earlier was SIF, that is called as core interface. So this is mostly used for master data transfer. Okay. So just keep it in mind that whatever master data that you create will be moved to TM using the core interface. So what do you think? What will be the direction of the arrow? It will be bidirectional or unidirectional. So TM will not send any data back to ECC. Okay. So it is one way direction only. Only from ECC you will send all the master data to the TM side. Okay. From the what all documents are created, I'll come to that in some time. But have you understood that what is from an architectural standpoint that if it is a decentralized, that is a standalone TM that can only be integrated with the ERP system via SAP PI. And if in that case also, even if the core system, that is the ERP system is not an SAP system, maybe it is Oracle or any other system that has to connect with TM via SAP PI only. The latest one is PO, But yeah, PIPO you'll have to use to integrate with SAP TM. Okay. You guys are with me. So in interviews also they'll ask you, and I'll tell you now in some time that what is the major difference. This is more from the architectural standpoint that you should know that you need PI, but in embedded you don't need PIPO for that matter. Okay. So now when we talk about the embedded TM, we have only one box, okay, which we call it as and we know that in the embedded version, TM is almost, sorry, in the S4HANA, all the modules are almost embedded in the core S4. So TM is also part of the embedded structure. So here you will have TM and here you will have EW. Here also some of the clients who were using EWM, it was in a separate box. Okay. This was connected via QRFC. I didn't require any PI. But how TM and EWM used to talk? They used to talk only via ECC only. So I remember we had to create shipments. That is the LETRA shipment for TM to talk to EWM. So many clients during that era decided not to go ahead with the integration of EWM TM because they didn't want the overhead of maintaining the shipments as well. But as of now, all that is ruled out. We don't require shipments. That is LETRA for integration of TM and EWM. So in the new S4HANA, all of these modules are integrated. You don't need to create any separate data. The way you created here, you don't require any SIF. All the product master is already available. Just that you need to create specific locations and business partners for TM, for example, the carrier, which is not specifically used for any procurement services when on the MM side. So this is more on the TM specific master data. And TM and EWM talk together by an object called as TU. But in the advanced shipping and receiving, I think that has also been decided to be excluded for EWM TM integration. Though from a config standpoint, there are few changes that you should keep in mind that I'll let you know now. That what are the two different things that are created when you create an order in ECC and when you create a specific on an order on the S4HANA side. Okay, so just let me know if you are sure about this understanding before we go ahead and see that what happens when a document is created on the standalone side and on the embedded TM side. I'll take your silence as that you have no questions, okay? But feel free to stop me whenever you have more questions, okay? Even if it is something that has been covered in the previous session or it is something that I covered a few minutes back, that's still fine. You can just stop me at any point of time. So this is our ECC system, okay? And then the way we discussed just now that TM is implemented on a separate box. So this is our TM system. Let us call this ECC. And this one maybe, let us take it as the latest version. 0.6. So if we take into consideration a specific order, that is maybe, let us say we create either a sales order or we create a PO or STO. Okay. So the very first thing that was created on the TM side when you create an order is called an OTR, that is an order based transportation request. Okay. So an OTR was an exact replica of whatever requirement was created on the ECC side. That is also called as a requirement, transportation requirement document. So what will happen after the creation of the delivery? What happens after creation of the order? We create a document called as a delivery document, right? So maybe and an inbound or and outbound. Okay. So if we already have a document that is called as an OTR, which is an order-based transportation document, there is a separate document that is created if it is a delivery-based document. So that is called as a DTR. So I'm not sure if you are aware about the output management on the ECC side, where you maintain all the NACE conditions and the output types, the condition types. You guys are aware about that? So when you create any sales orders or so for PO, it was more on the workflow side, the configurations were required, but on the sales order side, you will see a header condition as TRSO that was created, and on the DTR side, it was TRD0. Sorry. So unfortunately, we don't have a system as of now for this one, but I'm sure that uh, whatever we are doing now will help you in understanding when you actually are in a project where it's a decentralized TM. Okay. So what will happen when once you create an order-based requirement? What is the first document that will be created in TM?
Freight unit.
No, I knew you will say freight unit. No, we are in a standalone system, right? Where ECC is in a separate box and TM is in a separate box, right? So in a standalone system where TM is a decentralized TM, the first document, if we have integrated based on an order, it will be an order-based transportation request called as OTR. So let me check if it is there here. And there is a Powell query where you can see the OTR DTRs that are created, but it will not be created in our system. I don't think there will be anything. Yeah, so we don't have any data, but yeah, the first document when you integrate an order is an order-based transportation request. Similarly, you will have something called as delivery-based. So now, Komal, in your project, you used to go and check directly the freight unit, right?
Yes.
So in the standalone system, a document will be created even before the freight unit is created. Okay, you're able to follow?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that completely depends on the business need, that at what point they want to integrate with TM. Either they want to integrate when the order is created, or they want to integrate when the delivery is created. So the orders are mostly planned orders, right? So what happens in the case of purchase orders, if you're creating a blanket purchase order, maybe Anant is more aware about this. So you don't expect TM to plan for 1000 pieces, right? So generally when the carrier sends an ASN and the delivery is created, you would like to start your planning from the delivery.
Yeah.
So that is why SAP has given an option that either you can have an OTR or DTR, but once the OTR is created and the quantities that you see on the TM side, and if you create a delivery, so after the OTR, the freight unit is created, right? And after that, the delivery will be created. So whatever quantities are there in the OTR, the delivery will also consume the same quantities in the freight unit. Okay. So after this, we'll have the freight unit. Then you have the execution document. Let us assume that it is road. Then we have a settlement, that is the payment. And after settlement, we will have the invoicing. So this is how it works on the embedded side. Sorry, on the standalone side. So the way you, so in which, uh, sorry, which industry you are working now? Yeah, so I'm assuming that you would be creating, so you're in a shipper model, right? As of now. So you are creating outbound deliveries, POs and all of that, right? Yeah, so it's a shipper based model.
Yeah.
So the first document that you see in your hierarchy is a freight unit, right? So here in
Yeah.
this case, you will see an OTR and DTR.
Oh.
So in your current project, what roles you are playing there in that case? Is it the same output management that you mentioned earlier, or? So yeah, so now let us come on the embedded side. So you must have seen that in your project when you create any order, that is the sales order, PO, STO, the very first document that gets created in TM is the freight unit, right? So like I mentioned earlier, FU is the smallest logistical unit on the TM side. So whenever you create an SOP or STO, that is more on the planned quantity. You are telling SAP TM that I am planning to move maybe 100 cartons or maybe 1 ton from location A to location B. And then based on this, TM will start the planning. Okay. So it actually depends on the organization's need or the way they have or the way they have organized their supply chain. In some organizations, generally the warehouse management takes the lead, but in some organizations, transportation will take the lead. In that case, what will happen in the organizations where warehouse is taking the lead, even the delivery creation will happen even before TM telling them what to do. So you will see that based on the decisions that have been taken on the warehouse management side, the outbound deliveries will be created. And then at that time, it has been sent to both EWM and TM. There are different ways where you can stop also the integration of sending deliveries to TM. There are different bodies as well available. At what time do you want to send? Do you want to stop it or not? But that is very specific to a need of an organization. But generally, as of now, what happens when the freight units and all of that are created, TM will do the planning and then TM will send the delivery proposal to S4, and then S4 will create that inbound or outbound delivery, and then it will be sent to both TM and EWM. Okay. So when the delivery is created, it will also consume the same freight unit. It will not create any separate freight unit. Got it?
Yes.
So I think the same thing would be taking place in your project as well.
Yes.
So then here also you have the FO and maybe the FSD for the settlement. And so basically everything happens in the same system itself. So but you would still see that when you are sending data, or maybe not data, when you are sending some of the purchase orders, you will still see some logs in SLG1 where the creation of the purchase order has not taken place. So internally, it still calls the same APIs that SAP has given, but you don't need a PI as such for all of that. Okay. Until and unless you have to integrate with some another system. For example, for master data, you have maybe the organization itself has some another product which they use it as a single source of truth. And then in that case, that specific system is sending data to both ECC and sending it to both S4HANA and TM. So you'll have to use some specific BAPIs that are available in TM. For example, when you're creating a specific plant on the S4 side, then you need a specific location for the same plant on the TM side, right? So with that third party system, when it is sending data to the S4 core, it also has to use TM specific puppies and then create the specific location on the TM side. So in that case also you can use PI because TM will only understand data that is sent from an XML format. And similarly is the case when you are sending data outside of TM. For example, you are doing any carrier communication, you have created your own portal or something when you have to send all the freight order related data, or maybe you have implemented 4 kites, project 44. Okay. So will you be able to tell the difference between standalone TM and embedded TM? Maybe not to me as of now, but to yourself if somebody will ask you. So maybe I'll quickly talk about what documents are created on the standalone side, just for your reference. So if you talk about from where does the transportation document originate. So what was the first document that we mentioned? In the standalone system, what is the first document that is created? If I create an order, it is called as order. You can just call it by its abbreviated name, that is OTR. So when an OTR is created, the requirement document should be originated from ERP system. Okay, so that is why I'm writing here yes. And then we also mentioned what are the documents that support OTR creation, that is sales order, purchase order, STOs. Okay. So what is the other document we mentioned? Yeah. So in this case also, it will originate from ECC. Okay. This will support IBD and OBD. So since you've already worked in TM, do you know any other document that is created in TM but is not created from in S4? Sorry, it's not created in ERP. Which does not require any master data, like you don't need the product master or anything like that. Yeah, so there is a document called as forwarding order. So in forwarding order, you will not see any requirement that is coming from any of these. Okay. So no, and then there is no predecessor document in the case of forwarding order. Okay, so you will not see OTR, DTRs created. You will directly see a freight unit that is created in the decentralized system as well. So don't get confused. If you don't see any OTR, DTR, and then it is still a standalone system, maybe they are using forwarding orders in that case. Okay. Okay, so other important thing that now we just saw that there are two types where you have a standalone implementation and an embedded implementation. But then the current options that are available on the TM side, what are the different deployment options that SAP is providing as of today? Okay. So the first one, let us see if I still want to use the decentralized TM. Okay, it is called as business suite TM because the entire ERP is now under the SAP business suite. Here you will see that you still have ECC over here. And then you have SAP TM. So this is what we have been seeing since 2012 when SAP first launched its new dimensional TM module. So it supports group logistics, the LSP freight forward scenario that we discussed. Okay. So this architecture is being used by customers who are still using ECC, and they are still using the decentralized TM, and they might be on their path to migrate towards S4HANA, but the business suite TM is for those customers who are still using ECC. And the current version of LETRA, I think SAP is only going to support till 2025, wherein after that they will have to either migrate to S4HANA or start using the new dimensional TM model. And like I mentioned earlier, 9.6 is the latest version, and SAP, I don't think they envisage to invest more on any further decentralized versions of TM on the SAP Business Suite. If you use the deployment type as SAP Business Suite TM. Okay. The other one that we saw was coming as a trademark. So TM, so TM embedded in S4HANA. So this is the one that we discussed just now, where you have the SAP S4HANA enterprise management, and then you have a separate module here within the same box as SAP S4HANA supply chain for transportation management. So when SAP first came up with the embedded versions, all the full-blown versions that you see, sorry, all the full-blown features that you see in the decentralized TM were not available here first. So even now also some of the functionalities that are working in 9.6, the decentralized one, may not be working here in the embedded one. Okay, so with different versions, you might see that there are some different functionalities, features which are working or are not working, or where SAP had introduced newer versions of the older functionalities. So when you're working in TM, please keep it in mind that every version is different. You might be working in some version and the TM might be working a bit differently in that version. For example, the sales order scheduling is not working in any of the embedded versions as of now. Okay. But one of your friend or colleague who is working in some another project where they are using a standalone system. So in that case, SAP is supporting the sales order scheduling. So you might have a discussion with him where he is saying that it's supporting and you are saying it's not supporting. So that's based on the versions that each one of you is using. Okay. So with the embedded version, like we all know, SAP has reduced the redundancy of creating duplicate master data. This is actually a boon because you actually were spending a lot of time where you have to clear all the queues, look after all the master data and all of that. So to some extent, all of that is eliminated now. And then you are also using the latest S4HANA technology, right? The other deployment option that you have is also called as side by side S4HANA TM. So there might be a question that how is it different from the one that we were discussing here, right? So here what happens? So you still continue to use S4HANA, but TM is in a separate box of the S4HANA only, where you are only using transportation management. Do you maybe a wild guess, though we touched based on this earlier? I don't expect that you completely recollect what we discussed, but maybe a wild guess. Uh, why do you think somebody would do this? Just as an example, if they can manage everything here in one box, why would they have a separate instance of the S4HANA TM? So maybe in that case, if they have huge amount of data where SAP recommends that this system will not be able to handle, then you need to have a separate box for TM because the amount of resources TM consumes, or maybe they are in a business where they do a group logistics scenario, or maybe an LSP who is or a shipper who is working both as a shipper and an LSP as well. So where I meant gave a scenario where the internal organization itself is a profit making organization. So in that case, they would like to integrate their multiple S4HANA systems to a single S4HANA system because they still want to use S4HANA and not the decentralized TM. Okay. So are you guys with me? So just keep this in mind, the difference between the business suite TM and the side-by-side S4HANA TM, though they look the same, but yeah, they are different. They use different versions of TM. So of late, everybody wants to go on the cloud. So with the advent in technology and the customer needs are changing, so we also have to keep abreast with the technology needs of the customer, right? So where you see a lot of cloud-based solutions that are being offered. So we also have a cloud-based solution on the TM side, which is called as SAP S4HANA Cloud Edition. So here, though personally, I have not worked on any of the cloud-based integration, cloud-based TM projects. Um, there is a slight chances I can, but yeah, I've not done an implementation as such on the cloud. So here, when you see about cloud-based integration, sorry, a cloud-based edition, there are two options that SAP provides. Let me see if we have something that can, yeah, good for us. Generally, I don't come to this option. Ask to unmute. Maybe next time I will try clicking this. So you are able to follow. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay. Yeah. So this is ERP or so the first version that we see here, it is called as an extra stack. So in this one, you have the business suite TM. Okay. And this one is called as in stack. So this is nothing but the S4 HANA. And in that, you use the component of transportation management. Got the difference? So we saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 deployment options. And within cloud, we have 2 segregations. The first one is called as the business suite TM, where it's a standalone system. Okay. 9.6 is the latest version. SAP does not envisage to have any higher versions ahead of 9.6. Then we have the TM embedded in S4HANA. Then we have the side-by-side S4HANA where SAP TM is in a separate S4HANA embedded box itself where you use only the transportation management component of S4HANA. Yeah, and then this is called the S4HANA Cloud Edition. You have 2 options where you have to go for an extra stack where it is the business suite TM, and the in stack one is called where you use the S4HANA system itself, but only the transportation management component. And on the SAP TM side also, you basically get 2 versions, which is the basic version and the advanced version. So in the basic version, you basically don't have license to use some of the advanced functionalities like tendering and all of that, just the basic stuffs. And but when you try to create master data and all, SAP will not stop you. But then once they understand that in the production system you're using all of this, then they will ask you for you to buy the license from them. So this is what we observe, that it does not stop you from anything, but SAP does check that what components you are using, and once they realize that you are using the advanced functionalities, they will charge you for all of that. So are you able to follow what we learned today? That is from an architectural standpoint and the different deployment options. Yeah, so the only thing that you have to keep in mind is that you will be mostly working on the embedded stuff only. So only for a knowledge standpoint, it is good that you know, but I would recommend to not invest too much time in gaining a lot of knowledge over here. You know that then OTR is created, ETR is created, that is more than sufficient. Maybe you can check for some tutorials for SIF, but there are some T codes like CFM1, CFM2, where you have to create some models and then send whatever data that you require. So yeah, but with the new versions and everybody moving to S4HANA, I think this is the way where you will see your future, and some likelihood is this one. Okay. That's the only thing. But here also it's like a side by side. Okay. So you will again see OTR DTRs that are created in this setup as well. So the OTR DTR creation is the only separate part. And we will see some configurations during order integration where I gave you a scenario that where scheduling does not work and where SAP has disabled those options from the scheduling standpoint. Okay. So do you have any questions more on the architecture side and more on the deployment side before we go into the system and move ahead on the TM side? So tomorrow we will cover the remaining theoretical part of the business partner, sorry, not business partner, but the master data, and then start creating some TM specific master data before we start with order integration, because once the order gets integrated, then we can immediately proceed with the requirement documents creations and then the execution document creation. So that it is, because once we are done with the master data, we are good to proceed with the actual integration stuff. In that case, I'll tell you that the first thing is BGRFC. Okay, so don't get into that. Let the basis team handle all of that. Okay. So whatever is required for order integration, that we will be covering from a configuration standpoint. But then the master data from a theoretical standpoint that we discussed the other day, right? That is what all of that you should be knowing when you have a fresh system, because you should not use any of the standard master data that SAP has provided, right? You should copy all of that data and create your own a specific master data. So once we are through with master data, and then when the order integration starts, the very first thing that when you create an order, you will see some of the programs which were never executed, right? So when in this embedded version, some of the partner business functions are already activated. So you don't have to separately activate. So unlike here, we had to activate some of the business functions to send an order to from ECC to TM. So all of that is not required now. So I used to go to SFW5 and start the activate the business functions and all of that, but I don't see any need all of that as of now, because the basic version is already activated in the S4HANA.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of SAP S4HANA Transportation Management? Option A, Transportation Planning. Option B, Transportation Execution. Option C, Transportation Accounting. Option D, Sales and Distribution. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become an expert in supply chain management with SAP S4HANA TM? Our self-paced course on Teachable is here to help you master this powerful software. In this comprehensive course, you'll learn everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA TM, from the fundamentals to advanced techniques. It's designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge to streamline your supply chain operations. Our course curriculum covers a wide range of topics, including material requirements planning, transportation management, and inventory optimization. With step-by-step guidance and real-world examples, you'll gain practical experience in using SAP S4HANA TM to drive efficiency and productivity. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience in supply chain management and SAP S4HANA TM implementation. They'll share their expertise and provide personalized support, ensuring you get the most out of the course. Don't just take our word for it. Our satisfied students rave about the quality of our training and the tangible results they've achieved in their careers. The best part? This comprehensive training is available at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to advance their skills and stay ahead in the competitive job market. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including cost, syllabus, pricing, and enrollment information.
So now we know what are the different models of transportation management, and then we also know what are the different deployment options. And as we discussed earlier as well, that we would be using the embedded 2021 system. So whatever scenarios that we discussed are related to the standalone or the side-by-side transportation management system won't be available for testing or even for you to practice. And like I mentioned earlier, since everybody is moving towards the embedded version, I'm not sure if you would ever get an opportunity to work on the decentralized one, but some clients, like I mentioned, who would continue to use, and then if you get a chance, then you might go through those scenarios. But otherwise, you can assume that maybe 80% of the projects going ahead would be the embedded TM itself. So initially we covered some theoretical part from the transportation management master data standpoint, right? And the very first master data that we saw was, are you able to recollect what was the first one that we discussed? Or are you able to recollect any of the master data from a theory standpoint that we discussed?
Now we discussed on that org structure, PPO, ME, PPO, C.
Yeah, that was one thing. Good. What are the other types of master data that we discussed?
So other transportation zone lengths.
Yeah.
Zone hierarchies.
Yeah. So before zone hierarchy, we would first have locations, right?
Locations.
Yeah. And for every locations also we discussed that it has a address. And there are different, yeah, you have an address and then you have geo coordinates for that address. You can have a third party integration, right? Then we discussed something about transshipment locations. So we didn't discuss some of the aspects which I will be covering now, but these were the ones that we discussed earlier. That is the org structure, the location master, the sum of the characteristics of the location master, transshipment location, transportation zone, and transportation hierarchy. Okay. So we'll be doing all of this in the system as well. So don't worry. I'm just making sure that we first understand from a theoretical standpoint. And then once we are in the system, as and when we build the scenarios, we will be using these master data. So it's not necessary that you will use all the master data in all the scenarios and all the projects. So it is understood that you should be aware about all this master data, but it's not required that you will use all the master data. So you'll have to use your acumen based on the scenarios that the customer is explaining it to you. And then you use your intellect to identify that how can I reach to a specific location. So these are mostly tools that SAP has provided for you to plan a specific transportation move. Okay, so it's not necessary. In some projects, organizations might not even require a zone. So we would not even require a zone hierarchy. You won't even require a transshipment location. Some organizations don't even need geocoding. So you can propose, but then it is up to the client that whether they want to use it or not, because there are overheads that come along with that, right? Maybe in terms of monetary or from a manpower standpoint. So there is something that goes hand in hand with mode of transport that is called as means of transport. So mode of transport is also called as MOT, okay, and means of transport is called MTR. So these are the abbreviations. So generally you will not hear people speaking like mode of transport or means of transport, they'll just say MOT or MTR. So just keep it in mind. Okay. So standard SAP does provide some set of standard mode of transport like the road, rail. So I'll show it to you. So very seldom it has happened that we ever had the need to create a new mode of transport as compared to the means of transport. Okay. So here you see there is the entire structure of whatever master data you require more on the TM side. So this master data is TM related master data. So whatever we are checking now for the organizational one, it is here, but then we already know that the T code that is PPOC and PPOME. Then comes the network that we were discussing. So here you see all the location related data. You are all rain related data. So I went to SPRO and then under the transportation management node, we came to master data. Okay. So under master data, you would see this entire chunk of master data elements that may or may not be required from a project standpoint, but these are the master data from a config standpoint. Okay. So when we spoke about the mode of transport, you're able to view my screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So these are the standard mode of transport which SAP provides, right? Like road, rail, sea, inland, waterways, air, postal service, and maybe manual. In one, maybe over the past so many years, only once we created a new mode of transport that was for barge actually. So those are mostly short distance um, small vessels that you use to move goods maybe from one plant to another plant. So that's the only reason why we created barge. But then in 80 to 90%, you would only be using these three, sorry, including air as well. Yeah. So postal services and all, we don't generally differentiate at mode of transport. Okay. So there are different types like shipping type and all that you can use to segregate. But yeah, if the business feels the need for that, you can definitely go ahead and use the postal service. Or if there is a need that you feel that whatever requirement the business is giving, it does not fit in any of the standard ones, like the one I mentioned for barge. So that was used only to expressively call out that it is a barge mode of transport. Okay.
Okay.
And then uh, this is the DG mode of description mode of category. You don't make much changes here, then you generally decide when you create a mode of transport, it falls under which category. So even when we created barge, so maybe so I know that this is related to C, right? So I'll select it as C. And here also I'll select it as C. So here there is a checkbox called as main carriage. Okay, so let us try to understand that why this checkbox would be required. We don't maintain much these things, we generally keep it blank. Sustainable factors. So the settings related to the vehicle or anything for that reason, we generally maintain at means of transport. So your state determines how fuel consumption, carbon dioxide that result for transportation of goods are to be defined. You can assign sustainability factor to a transportation mode or for a means of transport. So I didn't really ever use this, but there might be some organizations so who need that. In that case, maybe we'll have to go in a bit depth of this topic and then check if why this is actually required. So it is very important for you to know that how do we categorize the entire transportation movement more from the legs standpoint. Okay. So let us take into consideration that I have to move my goods from India to maybe Switzerland. Okay. So my start location will be one of my plants in Mumbai. So maybe I have to deliver a TV to one of my customers who is staying in Switzerland. Maybe they are staying in Basel. Okay. So what do you think? How will I, if I am the shipper? So what would be the different kind of legs that are involved? Is it that it would directly be picked up from my plant and then would be delivered straight to the customer location?
I think there will be a truck to port and then from there ship
Yeah.
as a one leg. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is how we envisage the transportation management would be, right? That it would definitely not be covered in one single leg. So let us assume that we have two ports, port of Switzerland. Okay. Now here also, it's completely based on the Incoterms, right? That who is liable to pay for which leg. So here we can see that we have segregated the entire transportation movement into three legs. That is one leg that is from plant, that is my warehouse to the nearest port, from port to from the port of Mumbai to the port of Switzerland, and then directly to the customer location. Okay. So this is the port of departure. This is the port of arrival. Okay. So if this is the shipper, so he is responsible to move the goods to the nearest port. In that case, based on his contract, whatever he has with the carrier, he will move it to the nearest port. Now, I have to move the goods from port of Mumbai to the port of Switzerland, and then similarly from port of Switzerland to the customer location. So in this case, the main carriage, that is the most relevant mode of transport over here, is the sea, that is the ocean one. So this one is always called main carriage. This is called, so this leg is anything that happens before the main carriage, right? So it is called pre-carriage. And this one is called on carriage. So by stating that this is the main carriage, I'm telling the system that this is the main mode of transport to move the goods from one location to another, or using a multimodal transport to move from one departure of one country to the arrival of the other country. So that is why you see here, I have to tell the system that whether this is going to be the main leg. There are certain other configurations also that are done more on the forwarding order side, depending on which type of leg it is. So in my case, since this was the only leg that was to be planned, I marked it as a main carriage. Okay. So when you're moving from maybe just within Mumbai, okay, here, So if you're going from Mumbai to Pune, you know that in just one mode of transport and using one vehicle, you can reach your destination, right?
Yes.
But in this case, will only whatever activities that are required or to be done to reach a specific destination. So in this move, this is the main leg. Why it is called a main leg? That is because I am moving from one country to another country. So it may not be the longest one in that case. So if suppose I am moving from some another location, maybe from south, but to reach a port here, maybe it is taking me 10 hours. Okay. But
Okay.
if I don't assume this is Switzerland, it was Switzerland, but if it was Dubai, then I would reach maybe in 2.5 or 3 hours, right? If I am using the mode of transport as air. So
Yes.
in that case, even when the road leg is the longest number of durations, or maybe I covered, maybe not kilometers would be the not right word, but even from a duration standpoint, the road had a higher number of hours, but still air I covered in 2.5 hours, right? But that is still the main leg to reach a specific destination, without which I cannot reach there. So here, if I don't use ocean or air, I'm definitely not going to reach Basel, right? I cannot use road here. So that is why this
Okay.
is considered as the main leg.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. Here it might also happen that if it is X works, okay, and then this customer only will have some contracts here in India. He will only contact his carriers. One of the customers' carrier will come, pick it up from us at the plant and take it to the port, where we are not even responsible for anything. We are just responsible to hand over the goods to the carrier whom the customer has assigned. You getting my point?
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah.
So if
So
I,
now,
hmm
yeah,
yeah,
come on.
okay.
All the legs are equally important, right? For example, if I am doing um, a shuttle move, okay. So this is location A. So you guys are well familiar with. I just want to take some realistic scenarios. Mumbai, right? So if we assume that there is a truck that starts or has to deliver something to EPMC market, okay, and maybe it is coming from different locations. So maybe it will first start from Pune, then it will stop at Vashi, then maybe it will go to Dadar, and then I'm just taking a fictitious, maybe it has to come back to APMC. So every day in the morning, the truck starts from this location. Okay. Every day in the morning at 6 o'clock, the truck will start from Pune. It will reach Vashi. It will maybe load, unload some stuffs here. Similarly, same thing at Dadar, and then it will unload all the locations here at APMC in the end. So when you will see the order, that is the execution document on the TM side, when it is road, it is called as freight order. So freight order will have stage 1 from Pune to Vashi, second stage Vashi to Dadar, third stage Dadar to APMC. So we have 1, 2, 3 stages. And how many locations? 4. So here are you able to differentiate that which is my main leg? Are not each leg equally important here?
So
So
here
in this
should
case,
not be.
all are main legs.
Yeah.
Okay. You're able to follow? So here I don't require any previous stage that is required, right? You're getting my point?
Yes.
But if you are creating, maybe you have a shop somewhere in Pune and then you have to send it to APMC. Then when you create a freight order, okay, so even when it is road, okay, maybe you are using a small moped or something to move your goods from here to a distribution center. For you, it might be a pre-carriage. And then for you going from Pune to APMC is the main carriage. But they are still the same mode of transport. But your main mode of transport is this one, right? Main leg of the entire transportation network.
Yes. Got it.
Yeah. So it generally tells that which is your main leg in the entire transportation move. So in the case of road, generally we don't concentrate much on that, but whenever it is ocean or whenever it is air or barge in my case, we generally point out a specific stage. It is specifically required. That is because in some cases we might only be responsible for the pre-carriage. So when we are creating a freight order, you will see all the three stages as pre-carriage, main carriage and on carriage. But then there is a configuration where you can say that you don't want to plan the main carriage and on carriage, but you only want to plan a pre-carriage. So even when you see all the stages, so maybe for a better understanding, from next time I'll already add the tiles here. Okay, but then I think so don't get overwhelmed by all of this data. Okay, so here you see that you can already define the network in such a way that you already know that what is my pre-carriage going to be. So here you say that my pre-carriage is going to be a road, my main carriage is going to be sea, and my on carriage is going to be road again. So in this scenario also, we are starting from a location in USA, that is you're going from Palo Alto to Hollister here, and then this is the way they have designed their network in a similar fashion where we saw here. So we also have crafted in such a way that we will also be going through different mode of transport. But there can be there can be different mode of transport, but you can still have the same main carriage twice as well, because it might so happen that before going to this port, maybe there is an intermediate port where you have to stop here, and maybe there is another freight booking that is created here where there is a change of vessel or anything of that sort. Okay, so it's not necessary that you will always have one main carriage. You can have more than one main carriage as well. Okay. So you understood the different mode of transport, right? So now here, so what are the different types of material that I can move, right? So I can move ice creams, I can use fruits and vegetables, I can move cotton, I can move dangerous goods, I can move some ambient stuffs, or in the case of container liners, maybe I want uh, a 40 feet truck, maybe a 45 feet truck. But then when you talk about a mode of transport, you only said road, right? So imagine you have to travel from your house to your office. So even when you know that you only have to go by road, you still think of different options of how you can reach office, right? So what are the different ways you can reach your office? So you already know that you have to go by road. So you either decide you can go by, you can hire an auto rickshaw, you can hire a Uber, you can go by a personal car, you can use share a ride, you can use a normal bus, or maybe you want to use an air conditioned bus. So in this case, what is the common thing over here in all of these different vehicles that we discussed? The
All
mode,
go by road.
yeah, so the mode of transport is common over here, right? But how we travel, that is different in all of these scenarios. So here also in this case, if I have to ship ice creams, I'll have to have a vehicle which is a reefer vehicle. I don't know if you have ever seen reefer trucks. So they generally have a temperature control already embedded in that. So here you see there is a refrigerator over here. Okay. So these trucks are generally called reefer trucks. So when do we use reefer trucks? When you're going to move refrigerated items, or maybe you're using fruits and vegetables. So in some cases, you have to pay additionally for these reefer units, because when you switch on these reefer units, it will consume gas. So the number of kilometers it will cover by uh, that 1 liter is maybe less than if it would have been an ambient vehicle. So, but the pricing also differs. Maybe somebody will say that even if I am using a reefer truck, that means this has a insulation, right? Some kind of insulation it has. Even when the refrigerator, this is not on, but this is still insulated. So maybe in cold countries where the outside temperature is in negative, you might not want to switch on the reefer because the temperature is already, I might not say negative. If it is negative, you still have to bring it back to positive. But then if it is close to like 5 degrees or something, you don't require to switch on the reefer. So you will still continue to use the vehicle as an ambient vehicle. So this is one type of truck where you will exclusively ask the carrier that you bring a reefer truck, but don't switch on the reefer. So you can create a means of transport like this. Or maybe if you are moving some ambient stuffs like chairs or anything, in that case, you don't require any temperature control. You will order a normal truck. So this is generally used to segregate the type of the vehicle. So cotton is generally moved in open roofs, right? Because it is less in weight and more in volume. When it is a DG truck, you would like to know that whether the truck has the capability to handle DG products. So there are some different types of vehicles available. So these are separate kind of trucks where you will ask for this type of container, and then the vehicle that you see here, this truck should have the capability to load this kind of container. Okay, because whenever you are moving a DG product, you know that it requires a DG type of the vehicle. So you have to configure the system in such a way that when you're going from so and so lane, that this is the means of transport that should be required to move my goods. Similarly, you have different type of containers. So this is maybe a 40 dry container, this one. And based on the chassis, this vehicle can only carry a 40 dry. But then you also have a 20 dry, which is actually a smaller truck like this, and maybe some like 45, and maybe a high Q. So based on the product or based on the requirement that comes from the forwarding order side, that is which type of the product you want to move. On that conditions, we have to select a specific means of transport. Okay, you're able to follow this?
Yes, Rahul.
So this is going to be completely designed by you in any of your products based on how you want the entire transportation network to be configured. Okay, and then how your type of the vehicle should be selected. So there is no golden rule when you create a means of transport, but there are some standard stuffs which SAP has given, but I have always seen that people or maybe consultants change it based on the requirements they want to cater to. So if we come back to the defined means of transport here. So here you are seeing just like truck, rail, airplane, but you can definitely create. So like I mentioned here, I want to know a type of the truck which can only carry a 20 feet container. So I will come here. So as we all know that the custom master data that you create should always start with Z, and maybe I'll say underscore 20. Here I'll say 20 feet. I will link the mode of transport. You can assign, I'll come to this in some time, but yeah, I know that this is a truck. So here you can tell that for this means of transport, okay, what is my lowest speed, medium speed, and high speed, and the average speed. And so this is used by the GIS call to identify the number of time, that is the number of hours that it will take to reach a specific duration. So distance it will definitely get from the source and the destination location, right? Time also it will try to calculate from here, taking the speed into consideration. speed is equal to distance upon time. So it will use that formula and pick up the values from here. Generally, it will take the average speed to send it to the GIS system. And based on this speed and the duration that it calculated, it will give you the time that it takes to reach a specific location. So I'll cover all these points, but yeah, just for explanation now that I just created a means of transport ZTR Drive 20. So that is completely based on my business need because I wanted to identify a specific means of transport. Similarly, you can do it maybe for a 40-foot truck or maybe for a reefer vehicle. Now, do you think that all the carriers will have this capability? So when you have to go by an AC bus, right? So there is a specific AC bus that starts from Mumbai and goes to Pune, that is Nita Travels, right? And maybe there is some another XYZ carrier who also has an AC bus, but your requirement is that you should have a television, maybe a Dolby surround system. So based on your requirement, now you will select that you know that you have to go by mode of transport, road. But then what is your requirement? Out of the two carriers, one which has only AC, the other one who has AC, and along with that, he has uh, a television and the Dolby surround system as well. So it depends on the need of the hour at that point of time, right? Whether at that moment, which carrier with whom you want to go. Similarly, here also for every means of transport, you assign a carrier to tell the system that this specific requirement can be fulfilled by so and so carrier. Okay, we'll come to that, but just to give you an idea that how these all are interlinked. Okay, you're able to follow till this point?
Yes, Rahul.
Yeah, I hope you're not getting lost. Yeah, we will be creating master data for everything, so don't worry. I'm just giving you a bird's eye view of the entire data that we have, so that once we get into the system, we will be able to create everything. Okay. Yeah. So, so if you have to plan your vacation when you decide to go to Goa, so what is the first thing that you check? We will talk only from a transportation standpoint, okay? And you also decide how you want to travel, right? By which mode of transport, correct?
Yes.
Somebody who has to go on a road trip, do they have any constraint for anybody who is going on a road trip to Goa? So what are the constraints that if somebody is planning to go to Goa by road? So the first thing, how would they travel? They would travel by their own car if it's a road trip, right? Would they travel by their own car?
Yes, they might travel.
Yeah, they might travel for their own car, but all of us, we all decide one day that we have to go along with our family. We won't fit in our own car, right? Because we might have a 5-seater, but we need an 8-seater. In that case, what we will do? We will try to maybe book it from Zoom car. So what you'll do for Zoom car, maybe if today we all meet that tomorrow morning we will leave, then would we all go to the Zoom car outlet and then tell that, yeah, we are leaving now, give us your car? Is that a likely scenario that will work out in our favor?
We need to pre-plan it. We need to tell them in advance.
Yeah, we have to tell them in advance, but before that, we have to know that whether that type of vehicle that we are looking for, is it available or not, right?
Yes.
Because we want an 8-seater, because we already have a 5-seater, but we all of us want to travel together in the same car. So we will check with Zoom car well in advance that on which date this vehicle is available. And then we will plan our journey accordingly, right? So since it is a mode of transport road and the means of transport is car, if the vehicle is available from 8 o'clock in the morning, then definitely we can start our journey at whatever time we feel like. We will bring the car at 8 o'clock and then maybe we'll have breakfast and then leave at 12 o'clock. There is no constraint, right? We don't have to pay anything to anyone. The car is with us. There is no liability as such. We only have to pay per day cost for that vehicle. The only thing that can go wrong is that you don't go for pickup at 8 in the morning. And then maybe there is a 5-hour delay and then maybe he either cancels it or maybe asks us to pay a cancellation fee or something. So here in this case, there is no constraint from the time you decide except the vehicle that is available from a time duration standpoint. At which time you want to start once you have the vehicle with you. Okay. But imagine you all decide that you have to go by aircraft. In that case, how would you plan your journey? If you all plan to go by aircraft, what we would do in that case?
Check the availability, check plan very well in advance.
Yeah, we will
Book it.
definitely check the availability, but then in this case, you are tightly bound by the availability of the space on the aircraft. And what is the second most important thing? So imagine you booked an aircraft, okay, for 8 o'clock in the morning, but there was a lot of traffic and then you missed the flight. This
Got
is
it.
one scenario. You missed your flight at 8 a.m. in the morning when you decided to plan by an aircraft. And the other thing is when we decide, there are two scenarios now. The first thing is when we decided to go by aircraft, we reached late and then we missed our flight. The second one is even if we plan to go by road, when we reached at 8 a.m. At the Zoom car location, the vehicle was not working the way we wanted and we requested for a different vehicle. So in these two scenarios, even if you want to travel, what would be the likely scenarios? On the roadside, he might give you a replacement vehicle, right? Which would be available maximum in next 1 hour because he might be having some other vehicles already in stock, right? So maybe you'll have to compromise with some another vehicle, but you can still travel the way you want to travel. But what will happen in the case of an aircraft? So have you ever faced a scenario that the flight was delayed or maybe you were not able to reach on time? What did they do in that case? No, not from that standpoint. So when you talk about an airliner or when you talk about uh, an ocean move, even in the case when you go for a cruise or something, even if you are not able to board that particular aircraft, they don't tell you that we will let you enter a specific aircraft or maybe we'll arrange a specific aircraft only for you. The only thing that they tell you, the next flight is next day in the morning at 8 o'clock. Why do they tell like that? Because aircrafts and maybe the vessels, cruises, these all work on the concept of schedules. So unlike as compared to the mode of transport road, they cannot start at any point of time, right? They have a designated date, time, and some prerequisite activities that should be performed before either the takeoff or before it leaves the port. So when we talk about oceans, rail, or aircrafts, you have to create a master data called as schedules. So in a schedule, you basically tell the system that maybe from a week, if you consider a month, so they already know that the vessel is going to start from which location on 28th of June, when it is going to reach a specific location, at what time it is going to start, what time it is going to end, which all intermediate locations is it going to move. Similarly, here you saw they already know that at 8 o'clock in the morning, which is the vessel that is going to come over here, at what time that vessel is going to go, what is the loading duration, unloading duration. Similarly, over here at this port, at every port. So from every port you start, there is a schedule that is assigned. So you have to tell the system that you cannot just plan your move whenever you want. The system has to plan based on the master data that you tell the system. That is, we have to tell the system the vessel that is going to start from this port is only at 6 p.m. in the evening tomorrow. So there is no point in you making these goods available 2 days before, even if you already know that the goods are ready 5 days in advance. Okay. Similarly, in the case of aircraft, you have to tell the system that at so and so time, the aircraft is going to take off, because there are other detention and demurrage charges that you have to pay if you unload the goods before time or you don't pick it up from your receiving location. So we will also be maintaining schedules, so don't worry about that. But the idea to tell you is that the way we maintain lanes over here for the road, similarly, you have to maintain schedules for ocean, rail, and air freight. Okay, you're able to follow. So here also for every transportation lane, you have to tell that which carrier is going to take my load, or with which carrier you have already have a contract for a specific lane, what type of truck. Here also you have to tell that with which carrier you bought space on the vessel, how much space you have purchased, maybe how much weight you negotiated, how much volume you negotiated, or maybe it's only that you negotiated only 10 pieces that you can take on this vessel. So it might so happen that plant 1, here there is plant 2. So they all move their goods and bring it to this consolidation center, or maybe to this port. And then this port acts as a consolidation center where it will consolidate goods from both plant 1 and plant 2, and then pack it in such a way that it can be shipped on the specific resource, which is to be, on a specific vessel, which will depart tomorrow in the morning. So maybe you have a concept called as cargo cutoff time, where you tell that before this time, the goods should reach the port. Okay. So you generally don't maintain transportation lanes for ocean and aircraft. Okay. It completely dependent on schedules. Now the other thing is that you already know that, maybe I'll not take this scenario now. Oh, there was one other scenario. Yeah. So in this case, you already know that whenever my truck is starting from Pune, it will always cover these 4 locations, right? So in my case, whenever my truck is starting, the carrier, irrespective whether I have a load, I don't have a load, it has to go to these locations. So have you seen those buses, right, which start from location A to a specific destination. So irrespective whether somebody is going to board or somebody is going to alight, the bus has to stop at that specific location, right? You're able to follow me?
Yes, Ram.
Yeah. So similarly, in the transportation business, in the shuttle moves, I already have a contract with a specific carrier, and this carrier's job is only to move the truck from these locations. So in this case, I want a no-brainer for the optimizer. I don't want the optimizer to plan any extra legs or remove any leg from here. Whenever the freight order is created as per the requirements, even if the freight is to be unloaded at Vashi or not, this stop should be there in the freight order. In that case, as the master data called as default route, in which I tell the optimizer that whenever this is the start location, this is the end location, it always should be planned in such a way that I have 3 stages, that is Pune to Vashi, Vashi to Dadar to APM. Okay, you are
Clear.
able to follow and you understood the difference between the schedules and the default routes. So what is the difference between schedules and default route? So in default route, you tell the system that this is how my legs are supposed to be planned, not planned, sorry. This is how my legs should look like in the freight order. So it does not have a specific start time or end time that is to be taken into consideration. It will just create legs the way you define the route. But in the schedule, it will take all the durations that you have already defined there into consideration and then check whether I am able to meet this specific schedule. Am I able to reach here before the ocean, before the vessel departs or not? If it is not able to meet that specific schedule, it will either say that it is not able to plan and it will ask you to change the dates, or maybe it will pick up some another schedule for which it feels that it is more relevant from a transportation standpoint. Because it should not happen that you reach the port and then the next vessel is going to depart after 2 days, right? So in that case, it will just tell you that it is not able to plan anything. So the dispatcher has to go back and check that what is the next date which the customer can be flexible enough to get their stuffs delivered. Okay.
Rahul, a query here. So
Yeah.
in this case,
Okay. So when you already know that what route you have to cover, this is a distribution center 1. This is distribution center 2. So when an STO is created, okay, from DC1 to store 1, DC1 to store 2, DC1 to store 3, and store 4. So whenever these documents are created in the S4 HANA in the embedded system, what is the first thing that will be created in the TM side? If you are able to recollect what we discussed yesterday, we are using an embedded 2021 system. I created 4 STOs, DC1 to store 1, DC1 to store 2, DC1 to store 3, and DC1 to store 4. So what is the first thing that will be created in TM?
freight unit.
Yeah. So these 4 freight units will be created in the transportation management system, determining that there is a transportation request to move goods from one start location, that is DC1, to respective stores here. Okay. Now it is up to you that how do you categorize your transportation network. Okay. Maybe these are more towards west, these are more towards east. You may be having some separate contracts on the west, maybe some of them are on the border. So, but when you run the transportation optimizer, and if these freight units are given as a requirement, the job of the transportation management, that is from the optimizer side, is to plan these freight units in an efficient manner that you will reach a specific location in the shortest possible time, and the best carrier who gives you the best rate to reach these locations. So in order to reduce the transportation cost, the optimizer will plan all of these freight units in one specific freight order. Okay. In that case, the only master data that we used was transportation lanes, by telling the system that that the truck can go from DC1 to store 1, store 1 to store 2, store 2 to store 3, and store 3 to store 4, or in whichever sequence where the optimizer feels that it is cost effective. If it feels that store 4, maybe it looks far here, but from a distance standpoint and a duration standpoint, if DC1 is closer to store 4, and maybe if it takes into consideration the requested date time, it will go to store 4 first, okay, and to the nearest store after that. So in this case, when we have not created the master data of default routes and schedules, optimizer took into consideration the transportation lanes and planned all of these into one freight order with these 4 as the unloading locations. Okay, this is one scenario. You understood this scenario?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what is the next scenario? I have a distribution center, not a distribution center. I am a collection center. What do I collect? I collect milk. I am in the business of retailing milk. Okay. So for that, my raw material for all the milk will come from the local farmers, which are situated at different locations where they have their cattle, where they milk all the cattle and store all the milk and sell it to me. In this scenario, my job is, so since this is in the outskirts, right? So you should not expect that um, you have the highest of implemented technologies and all of that. So maybe this is farmer one's location. This is a generic scenario I'm giving you. It may be applicable as and when at the international multimodal moves as well. Okay, this is for, so this is one of my implementations, but yeah, it's not
Okay.
restricted to only local moves. That is my only idea to tell you. Okay, don't constrain yourself with that this is only applicable for a local or domestic moves. So like I mentioned that I am a collection center. I have to collect milk from the farmers. Okay. And then maybe churn that milk, and maybe I have to manufacture different products and maybe check the quality of the milk and all of that as well. Okay. So when I get up in the morning, my only idea is that I want to collect milk from each of the farmers over here, which are situated at 6 different locations, which are associated to this collection centers. Okay. Now today is which date? Today is Wednesday, right? Tomorrow is Thursday. Okay. Yeah. But it's 8:10. Yeah. So imagine it's 8:10 in the night. Okay. On 6th of July, 7th in the morning, I need fresh milk every day. They all are disconnected. Okay. Neither do they have direct contact, or they don't call and tell anything. So the cattle over here at farm 6 were not well. So this guy farmer over here could not milk the cows here. So that means on Thursday morning 8 o'clock, this guy is not able to produce or give any milk on that day because the cattle is not well. But on Friday morning, the cattle would be fine and it will still, the farmer would be able to milk the cow and give the milk. But what do you think would be going on with this collection center over here? Does it have the mechanism to understand which cattle is not well? What is the capacity that I am able to consume from each of these centers? I don't have any idea, right?
No.
So in that case, is there a need of optimization over here? Do you think there is a need of optimization over here? When I already know that every day in the morning, I have to start my truck at 8 a.m. and cover all of these locations.
I think default route will be good. Yeah, we don't need any
Yeah,
optimization.
so whenever I am creating a freight order, when the truck starts from here, it's my job to go to every location every day. Irrespective whether I will be getting anything or not, I have to go to this location. Maybe not today, but tomorrow I can get, right? So in this case, I will use the concept of default routes. Don't get into the idea of what would happen in the background more on the ERP side. Here we create all the documents post facto, but yeah, in this case, I can use the concept of default routes where I already know that if it is collection center 2, it always has to go through these locations. So I'll use the concept of default routes and then create specific freight orders. Similarly, in the case where if you are in an intermodal business or you're doing an international business, you already know that if we discussed concept of zones, right? The other day. So this is customer 1. So here maybe I can club them into one zone. Okay. And then that I know that whenever I start from plant P1 and whenever there is a requirement that is coming from customer 1, customer 2 or from this location, I already know my route, right? That it will first go to this port, then it will go to some another port, and then it will go to the customer. So in this case, what you do, you already segregate the legs. Otherwise, you will only see for start location as plant 1 and end location as customer 1. But when you use default route, you have already segregated the legs into 3. So you can define this at the time when the freight unit is created or directly at the time of planning also. So it so happens that when you define in the default route that this is going to be road, this is going to be ocean, and this is going to be road again, like we saw over here, the mode of transports are already defined over here. And then what we discussed earlier, if it is mode of transport, road or rail, system will create a freight order. For ocean and air, its system will create a booking document. You're able to follow
Understood.
me? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, so you understood what are schedules and what are default routes, right? So now we also discussed that when we had to travel from Mumbai to Pune, we saw that we ourselves had two requirements. One is that it should have a TV, it should have AC, and then it should have a Dolby, right? But then, what do you think? Will the carrier have only one truck? Sorry, not truck, only one bus? Because every 1 hour there would be a bus that goes to Pune, right, from Mumbai.
Yes, he may have multiple and
Yeah,
scheduled.
yeah. For the bus, generally it's not required. We will not maintain for road much until and unless there is a specific scenario for that. Yeah. Um, You can use schedules for road as well, but yeah, it would depend completely on the business need. So when we talk about mode of transport, we spoke about means of transport. Now, for every means of transport, you need to create a resource. So resources are categorized as a vehicle resource. So where is it? So maybe this is one specific resource. This is another resource. This is a different type of resource. So you can create a resource of the type of the MTR. So because MTR will tell that what type of truck it is, and then in the resource you will actually create a resource with a specific number plate. So it completely depends whether you want to track the carrier's resource based on the number plate or not. If not, then you can just create one specific resource. So there is a concept called as multi-resource. I'll tell you when you create it actually in the system. But yeah, you will have to create resources also, because these are those resources which the optimizer uses it for planning. So like we also discussed that when you plan to go to Goa by road, if that vehicle is available, then only you can go to Goa, right? If that specific vehicle that you need, if it is not there, then you have to arrange your plan in such a way. If the vehicle is available 3 days from now in the evening, you have to start your journey 3 days later. You cannot start it before that, until and unless you decide that you want to change the type of the vehicle that you want. You're getting my point?
Yes.
Yeah. So there is something called as vehicle resources. There are something called as handling resources also. So for example, I'm not sure if you ever had the opportunity to go to a warehouse. Did you ever go to a warehouse?
Yes.
Yeah, so you must have seen that a warehouse has 50 doors, right?
Loading bay
No, doors.
doors. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, where the loading, unloading happen. So do you think that whenever the truck comes, you directly can start the loading, unloading? No, right? It depends whether that specific door is available or not. For example, if you are standing to go on a specific floor, maybe a high-rise building, so you can only reach on that specific destination if and only if any of those lifts are available, right? Even if there are 3 lifts and it is a high-rise building, maybe 50 floors, if there are no lifts available, even if you go on pressing that button, if the lift has not come or reached the ground floor and you have not entered, you cannot reach that specific floor. So similar concept is used here. Even if the truck has arrived at the warehouse, if the door is not available, you cannot start the loading unloading activity. Okay. So door can also be one of the handling resource which you can configure in such a way that you can track the appointments and all of that for the specific door and then book a specific slot. Okay.
Got it.
I have very seldom I have seen everybody using the capabilities to a full blown level, but yeah, there is provision that is available in the system. Then you can also use calendar as a resource where you can tell that uh, maybe every Sunday the vehicle is not available on a specific day. The resource is not available or there is a downtime for that resource. You can assign a calendar resource. So plants have a different operating times. Vehicles can have a different operating time. There is a concept called as DOT hours where you not in India, maybe in other countries, there is a specific stringent time rules that they have to follow, that after every 8 hours, they have to take a break of 12 hours. All of that constraints you can um, build in the system for planning. And then you can assign these calendar resources also to every resource. Okay. So we discussed earlier that there are 2 T codes to maintain the org structure. One is PPOCE to create and PPOME to maintain. So here the first one is corporate. So generally we can skip corporate as the org ID and we can directly start with the company code. So let us say that our company code is 1000, and then even if it is even if we are doing a shipper based model, it's not necessary that every organization exclusively calls out its transportation business, but we can still name it as maybe global movers. So here this is free text, right? So you can enter whatever data you want and come to org data. Here you have to come and select create. Here you have to select the org function. So first thing that you have to create always is a company code. Then here you have to select it as an organization. So whenever you will save, system will create the business partner on its own. You don't have to do anything. You have to just maintain a currency. Let us do all the transactions in USD itself. So when you are sending your data again back to S4, all this data will also be used. That is the BSG system group. And then how do you want your company code to be identified? So I'll just name it as okay. So now for every company, we know that we are going to procure service, or in other case, we will give a service to some another customer. Okay. But here in this case, if I am a shipper, I'll only be procuring a service, right? So what would I need in that case? A purchase or a sales org? So under this company code, I will create, I selected this company code, I'll select a organizational unit. If you want, you can change the org ID here, give your own name. This is on the purchasing side, I'll select it as purchasing, and here I'll select it as organization. Similarly, I'll select the business system group, and here I will put it as so. Since we will be creating the forwarding orders also, and in the forwarding orders, I give a service, right? So I'll create a sales org as I'll come here again, select org unit. Yeah, we can assume that, or maybe we can create a different company code for that.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happens generally in that case, there is a concept called as forwarding house. So forwarding house acts as both sales org and as a purchase org. So generally we should have selected a forwarding house. So we will create a forwarding house for that. If not, if the business feels that that is not the need based on the financial transactions. So when you have to design the org structure, you also need to have the finance guys also in place so that they tell that how do each of the organizations within the same company code interact with each other. Okay.
Got it.
So maybe if this global mover is also in the business of a freight liner, so we will create a forwarding house. The sales org and all would be required because we'll have to create a billing document, right? Because you have to bill the customer. So since now we created a forwarding house, it's not required that we create a sales org separately in that case. Maybe just for our test, for demonstration purpose, I will just create it, but yeah, not really required. So either you create a forwarding house or you have separate sales org and separate purchase orgs. Okay, if there are different orgs within the same company code, okay, then in that case you will create separate sales org and purchase orgs. Okay.
Okay. Understood.
So that is why I mentioned that it would completely depend on the structure on the sale on the core S4 side, because in the end all the postings will go to S4 only. Because for the payment to the carrier, you will need a service order, the technical PO, and for payment receivables, you will receive a billing. You need to have a billing document. Yeah, so this is how our sales org looks like. So, so like they confirm that you will be getting an access in next 4 to 5 hours, right? So maybe from tomorrow class, as and when I create, you also start creating so that you also get a hang of it, and you will be a bit confident in creating the master data as well.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary function of the transportation planning component in SAP S4HANA TM? Option A, to create and manage freight orders. Option B, to plan and optimize transportation routes. Option C, to handle shipment execution and tracking. Option D, to process freight invoices and payments. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become an expert in supply chain management with SAP S4HANA TM? Our self-paced course on Teachable is here to help you master this powerful software. In this comprehensive course, you'll learn everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA TM, from the fundamentals to advanced techniques. It's designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge to streamline your supply chain operations. Our course curriculum covers a wide range of topics, including material requirements planning, transportation management, and inventory optimization. With step-by-step guidance and real-world examples, you'll gain practical experience in using SAP S4HANA TM to drive efficiency and productivity. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience in supply chain management and SAP S4HANA TM implementation. They'll share their expertise and provide personalized support, ensuring you get the most out of the course. Don't just take our word for it. Our satisfied students rave about the quality of our training and the tangible results they've achieved in their careers. The best part? This comprehensive training is available at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to advance their skills and stay ahead in the competitive job market. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including cost, syllabus, pricing, and enrollment information.
Yeah, so in the embedded system, or whether it is the decentralized system or any of the models that you are using, mostly from the shipper side, the requirement documents that we have are the purchase orders, STO, sales orders, inbound deliveries, outbound deliveries, scheduling agreements. Okay. So do you ever think that if these requirements were not there, would we ever need transportation management? No, right? If there is no need to move anything, then definitely we would not need a transportation management system. So the very first thing that we as consultants should know is what is the upstream process. Okay, transportation is maybe towards the bottom end in the entire supply chain network. So let me go to ME21N. Let me select a standard purchase order type. I have existing vendor. I have a material. And this is the plant where I need the material. Okay. So from the standpoint, purchase order in itself is a document which is stating that this specific plant 1710 is in need of a specific material. Okay. And based on whatever configurations we have, it will identify that whichever supplier with whom we already have maybe a specific agreement to procure from this specific vendor. So all these activities that we are doing now will help us in procuring a specific material. It might be a finished product, or it may be a semi-finished product, or maybe a raw material. So from a purchase order standpoint, this is the vendor and this is a plant, right? So once the purchase order is created, you send the purchase order to the vendor, and maybe you have an ESN process. He will send you that. Maybe if this would have been a blanket purchase order, then you would have had maybe 500 pieces, and then as and when he sends the ESN for that specific quantity, you would do a GRN. But do you really think from the transportation standpoint, what are the first main criteria that you would like to know looking at the purchase order? But what would be the master data that we discussed or have been discussing as of now is relevant looking at this purchase order? So if in an organization they asked you to set up a system, and maybe somebody from the procurement side comes and tells you that I have this purchase order and I want to plan the transportation. So what are the few things that you will look in the purchase order and try to have a resemblance on the TM side? Yeah, so this purchase organization is telling me that I am procuring from this vendor, and whenever I have to do a payment for this specific material, it would be this purchase order who is responsible for the payment. Okay. But then when we talk about transportation, I have to receive goods at this plant 1710. Okay. So from the transportation standpoint, even if for you or for us is this is a vendor in the system in the business partner tab, and this is also a plant, and maybe it will also have a customer assigned to that. But from the TM side, this should be a location. You're getting my point?
Yes, Rahul.
So when you order something from Amazon, even if you're ordering it as Komal, but you have a specific location assigned to your address, to your maybe they would have also created a business partner. So Komal is the business partner, and to your business partner, you have a specific location assigned, right? So similarly, this supplier, even if it is a vendor over here with the BP role as vendor, but in TM, we would want to know that which is the location from where the supplier wants to send his goods. And here, which is the plant where I want to receive the goods. Okay. So imagine you are staying in a mansion, okay, and it has maybe 15 doors, and in your house you have a front door, then maybe you might be having a backyard to go out and play, and maybe a specific door in the kitchen from where you would like to receive all your um, deliveries and all of that that comes related to your food products or anything, right? So even if your entire address, when we talk about Komal, it would be one specific address, right? But when you talk about a plant, every plant has a shipping point. And then when I have to do a receiving, it has to be at some specific shipping point, because plants will have many shipping points depending on the type of the material. So on the TM side, I will be coming to the integration part. Okay, don't get overwhelmed by that why I started from here, but we are still on the master data side. Okay, I'm just telling you um, what happens when you create a purchase order and how does it reflect on the TM side. How should I close this? Yeah. So I will save this. So what will happen after I save a purchase order on the TM side? We discussed, right? Previously, we are using the embedded 2021 version, right? So when a requirement document is created, what is the next document that will be created in the embedded system? Yeah, so a freight unit will be created. So how the freight unit is created, what is the criteria to create the freight unit? We will come to that gradually, okay? Don't worry about all of that. For as
Okay.
of now, just keep it in mind that system will create a freight unit, okay? So I will save this. So do you see a TM data tab here?
No.
So I will save this, okay? So some issue I've observed in this system is that whenever you try to flip the screens, right, it does not load actually very quickly. I think we will tell this guys. So it, see, even if I have entered the purchase order number, the screen won't pop up as we expect it to come. So maybe I have to go to display change or do a document overview on off, okay? So
Okay.
now did you see this tab here, the TM status tab, okay? So this is telling that the TM integration is working, okay? But a freight unit may be created, may not be created. There are different reasons why the freight unit may not be created. We will come to that later on. But as of now, since I have done some configurations, you can see that the freight unit is created successfully. Okay.
Okay.
So let us come to the freight unit and see how does it look like. Yeah. So this is how the freight unit looks like. The freight unit has an internal number. It has a type. How the type is determined, that also we will come to it. Don't worry about all of that, all those details. Here it is telling us what is the capacity that we saw on the PO document over here. We have requested for 2 pieces, and it also has the requested date and time when we requested this. And the most important thing here is you see this as a location, that the start location is actually the vendor location, and this is the shipping point that is assigned to this specific plant. Okay, so I'll come. So we also the other day saw what are the different types of locations that are available in TM. So for this freight unit, we saw system has this location, which is exactly the same name as the vendor. But in this case, your system is bringing the shipping point. So if you go to the T code, so here in this specific T code, you have an option to create, you have an option to change, and you have an option to display any specific location that is already created. And here you have location types. So when you have specific locations already created, or you have specific plants that are already there as a cutover activity, you have to create those locations already in TM. Otherwise, you will see blank values in the freight unit where the actual locations were visible over there. So since system understood that this was a shipping type, it assigned the location type as 1003. Okay. But then when we are discussing about a multimodal movement, in this purchase order, I entered the plant as 1710. That means this is my receiving location. Assuming that this vendor is in US and this 1710 is in India, anywhere in this purchase order have I defined that even if these two entities are in 2 different countries, they have to come via a multimodal move? Have I defined it anywhere? Or have I even mentioned anywhere that it has to come by road, then ocean, air, or again by road? Did I define it anywhere in this purchase order?
No.
So it is TM's intellect that it will identify that how should it reach from this location in the US to the receiving location in India. So now here the entire question is that how do you want to design your network? Then now at this point you have to go back to the business and ask them that which contracts do you have, in which different mode of transport with the carrier, how do you do your business as of now? You can definitely propose some standard mechanisms or standard operating procedures wherein you can tell that you first uh, do a road movement or you do a specific type of vehicle. But then since the customer would already be doing some business, they are already aware that how they want to do their transportation. Almost in 90% of the implementations that I have done, generally the client only drives how they want their transportation process and the network to look like. You might still propose it to them, but then in my experience during BRT and all, you have to make all those enhancements in the 11th hour. So it has never been that successful, but yeah, in some cases where they want to implement a new process, they will ask you that what are the best practices that SAP has have in their product so that you can help them implement. And on top of that, they might tell you that this is some enhancement that I would like to have, and then you have to go back and check whether this functionality is available or not. If not, then you will have to do some enhancement to meet the customer need. Okay. So now what we understood, the first thing is that assuming that there is a road lane from this this vendor to this specific plant over here. So in the freight unit, when the freight unit is created, it will have this as the source location vendor, and the receiving location, that is the shipping point that is assigned to the plant, as the receiving location. And when you come here to the stage, you will see how many stages, just one stage. So as of now, we have not defined anything whether what type of stage this is, whether this is a pickup, pre-carriage, main carriage. Okay, it's not mandatory. Here also I'm not defining any mode of transport because I will let the optimizer decide. You can very well have these informations filled already at the creation of the FE itself to help the optimizer, because in some cases, if you know that if I'm starting from location A to location B, and in that case it always has to be the mode of transport ocean, then you can design the system in such a way that whenever this is the source location, destination location, you can already set up the system to have a mode of transport as 03 or 01. Let us go back to the locations. So this is one of the locations that was created. So generally, some organizations have a different system apart from the ERP system or the S4 system, where they are maintaining the single source of truth for their master data. Some organizations store it in a third-party system. From there, they have an integration where they would create necessary locations, business partners in this ERP system or in the S4HANA system. In that case, there is a program that you have to use to create the locations in SAP TM. So here, like you see, if you enter a business partner, so in this case, when this was the purchase order, this is my business partner, right? So this was not as a location in TM, but then I want the same ID as my location. So let us check if there is any business partner here. So here you see that 1001353 does not exist as a location. So, but we want to do business with this business partner, and we have to even cater to the transportation needs. So let us enter this as a business partner and say execute. So here it is saying location 100153 created from business partner. So now we have this as a business partner also. Is only extended on the FI side. But yeah, this vendor, now you can use it if we extend the purchasing side of the data for the business partner, you can use it for procuring of the material. Okay. And then after this, we will go back to our location T code. What did it create? So this padding has come. Generally, we generally don't put any padding as such like this. But yeah. So now you see that system has taken over all the characteristics of the business partner into consideration. Even whatever address we have maintained, it will copy all the address details. So now it is okay when you are dealing with plants, plants and business partners related to your documents which are created in the upstream process. Okay, so generally what happens, now I give you an example where via an interface we are creating the master data, right? But in standard, whenever you create a master data, this location will not be created automatically. So there is some body that we have to activate. With that, you can, for every business partner, you can create a system will create a location like this. Okay, but then for plants, you would generally will not create. There is no option to directly create a location. So you will have to do it as a cutover activity only. All the locations that are required on the TM side. So here we saw, if you go back to our program, for this, you can create locations for business partner. You can create location for plant. You can create it for shipping and receiving point. When it is created for shipping and receiving point, there is a prefix called SP underscore. Let us check any of the plant here. EGPL Hyderabad. Four A, 444A. Okay. So this also does not exist as a location. So I'll come here to this program. I'll enter 444A and say execute. So whatever shipping points, if they are assigned to this one, they have not maintained anything, it's fine. So we can go back here. You see, system identified that this is a production plant and created a location. Okay. Understood. But these are plants, these are locations which already exist as a plant on the S4 side. But then yesterday we were discussing that there are other master data objects also, like, there are different other location types as well, right? Which are terminal, store, loading point, port, airport. So since at this location there is no inventorization that will happen at the port or at the airport, it may or may not happen. We have not created them as plant on the S4 side. Okay. So for demonstration purpose, so let us create this port as MBPT, okay, which is the port of Mumbai. I will select the location type as port. There is no data available, so I will say create. I will give it a name as Mumbai port. Okay. Now here there are different options that you see. Since I mentioned that we can have an integration with the GIS system to give us the coordinates of a specific location. Now, how would I get a latitude longitude? That would be based on my address. So I can say that this is the Mumbai port. I can say country is India. Region would be Maharashtra. Let's take the address. As of now, we'll just maintain something. Okay, and I will save. So here, once I enter these locations, the address of this port, you saw something that happened in the system, right? These values were blank earlier. Did you observe that?
Yes.
Yeah. So from where did it come? So you remember in the beginning, I mentioned about different type of GIS levels. You are able to recollect that.
Yeah, country level and then city level, I think like that, right?
Yeah. So in standard SAP system has already configured something in the configuration at the country and region level. Okay. So it is bringing it from there. So this talks about at what precision is this. So here it is saying region. It is because we entered the region over there. So standard SAP will be able to help you only till this level, but you have to go to any specific, maybe the house address level or anything of that sort. You have to call the GIS system. Okay. So generally, if you expand over here you will have the configurations related to your geocoding. Here you tell that what is going to be your geocoding level. So you come to transportation management, master data, network, locations, geocoding. Okay, here you will tell what is your geocoding level. Okay, it might be maybe at postal code level, or you want it at city level, or you want it at the address level. And then you can tell, you can have a GIS zone. Maybe you are a multinational company and you have operations in different country, and you are seeing in India it is Google Maps, in Brazil it is your maps, in Italy it's some other organization like ArcGIS or something from where you are procuring your GIS service. So based on that, you can assign different level to different country. GIS zone is nothing but the country that you define. Okay. So here the configurations are missing, but that is what you do. And then once you have the geocoding level set here, this will be pulled here, and then based on that, system is going to calculate these latitude, longitude. In some cases, if these are also missing, the other best thing is just Google it out. Here it's showing 1856. Here it's a bit different, but yeah, let us enter this, assuming that we are going to use Google Maps. And there is 7249. Okay, you got this. So what happens when the system is in this purchase order? Assuming this location also has geo coordinates and this also has geo coordinates, when the optimizer is running, when it has to calculate the distance duration, what it will do, it will take the geo coordinates of this specific location into consideration, because it is dependent on the latitude, longitude, and latitude, longitude depends on the precision level. Okay. For example, here, if you are saying that your precision level is city, and if you enter only maybe Mumbai, in that case, what will happen? If you start from any location in Mumbai, it is going to take an intermediary location based on the latitude, longitude that you have defined in the location which is in the city of Mumbai. So even if you are starting from Kolaba, or if you are starting from maybe a location that is Nerul, which is closer to Pune, and if the distance between distance between Nerul and Kolaba is 100 kilometers, in your charge calculation, this 100 kilometers will never be taken into consideration even for distance duration calculation, because you said that your precision is at city level. You are able to get my point?
Yes.
Okay. So it's the same thing, the way you try to identify your duration when you have to go from location A to location B using Google Maps. So at some point you say that you want the Google Maps to use your exact location, right? So it's the same thing. You have to tell the system that at what level is it the exact level that you want, where you want me to calculate the latitude, longitude. All the addresses, the entire of the fields that you mentioned, it will send it to the GIS provider and bring back the latitude, longitude and update it over here. Alternatively, if the organization does not want to invest in a GIS system, it can go to the Google Maps. Maybe just click here. I don't know, sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't work. So on Google Maps, actually, you can get the exact coordinate, right, of a specific location. Where is the option? So generally, business has the latitude, longitude for all the locations where they are doing business. So if they don't want to use a GIS system, they can directly enter the latitude, longitude over here, and then system will use this for distance duration calculation. But yeah, if they're not using the GIS system, we have to assume that wherever there is a need that the system would need the distance duration, we have to enter that manually. that is in the lane, in the schedules. We are not asking somebody to give us the data. We are assuming that, we would be storing that, collecting the data on the system's behalf and then manually feeding it over here. So after doing it like this, you can maybe just say that this is the exact address and just say 1200 and save. So in some cases, what would happen if you already decide that you want to go with this geo coordinates itself? Okay. Sometimes what happens, the GIS system might give you a bit of a different coordinate than the actual one that you want. And then these actually run on a background job, right? So you can, if you want that nobody should replace this, just lock whatever geo data that you have. So even when you come here and rerun, it will not get replaced. So we saw you can also identify this location by a short text as an external location as MBBT. This is the business system group. Now you see over here, there are few identifiers which SAP has already provided it to us. So the first one that you see is the global location number, which is also called as the international location number, which is the ILN. It actually uniquely identifies any physical location, maybe for any functional or legal entity. For example, you are dealing with a global freight forwarder. So in case of a global freight forwarder, some of the locations, they are globally recognized by some unique location IDs. So maybe instead of using this internal name that you gave to your location as MBBT in your EDI communications, you can use this global location number, which is recognized globally. The airport names will come under the IATA code. So we know that every airport has been given a specific name, like the Mumbai airport is given as BOM, the Pearson airport is given as YYZ. So this is actually a configuration data. We should have this somewhere here in the configuration. Yeah. So define IATA region codes. So here you have to define all these configurations related to the IATA master data, but yeah, this has to come from the config data. Sometimes these are preloaded by SAP because this is a global data. So instead of using MBBT, if this would have been an airport, you would use the IATA code. Similarly, the UNOLO code, that also is a globally recognized name of the port. Here also, I think the Mumbai port would have a specific name. I think the MBBT was the name. So Mumbai port is recognized by but this is not there anywhere in the config as of now. So once we enter all of that and uniquely identify all of our locations, you can help the system identify the standard location codes. Similarly, we have DUNS plus 4. So what is DUNS plus 4? It is this is the abbreviation, but the full form is Data Universal Numbering System. It is being defined by Duns and Bradstreet. So any organization, or you have to identify any specific customer, they have this 9-digit number given by Duns plus a 4-digit alphanumeric number. So you can use these to uniquely identify your location more from a global standpoint for your EDI communications, or maybe for your forms or any other communication with the carrier where they understand more of a generic codes. Okay, you will see more often these in your implementation projects. Maybe in 5 out of 10 projects, you will see customers using this. It would depend based on the nature of the business they are into. So mostly in North America, you will see that people are more aligned towards using all of this. Okay. And then here also you have a priority. So what happens, you can give a priority to your specific location. So when the optimizer is churning the data, it checks this location. And then you also have a specific cost that is assigned to a specific optimization run. And when you assign a priority over here, the optimizer will decide whether if this delivering to this plant or starting from this plant is of the highest priority or not. So there is a trade-off where the optimizer has to think whether even if it has the highest priority and if there is a be marginal notional cost which have to be paid, I would still go and deliver this because this is the of the highest priority. So one is the highest priority, and the higher the number you give, it is the lowest priority. So with blank, system considers it as 0 with lowest priority. So all the locations generally have a lowest priority. So never ever I had a scenario where I had to maintain a priority for the location. And then like I mentioned, every location has a business partner assigned. So when you see the freight unit tab, you will see all the partner functions over there. So since this, if this is the receiving location, this will be the consignee or the ship to. And then if this would have been the sending location, the same business partner in the partner function of the freight unit in the business partner tab will come as my shipper. So if you go to the freight unit here in the business partner tab, you saw the shipper that has come over here. So if I open this business partner, this has come from the location, right? So if we come here to the general data tab and select this location, and let us go back to our location T code. You will see this business partner is already assigned over here because when we use the background job for this business partner, we created a location. I didn't create a business partner for the, so it's not the vice versa. For the business partner, I created the location. For the location, I didn't create the business partner.
Got it.
Okay, then since this was the sending location, it has come as a shipper here. Okay, and ship to is this number over here. So if this is the receiving location, this is my location as the shipping point. I will come here. The shipping point display. You have a business partner over here, and this business partner has come here as ship to. Okay, so this would completely depend on what other relationships you maintain for that specific business partner. If you have some another partner functions as well. Okay, so when you configure, you generally copy this business partners from the preceding document. That is the a purchase order in our case. You can have your own different partner functions also as and when required based on the business need. So, but as of now, let us concentrate only on the shipper and ship to party. Okay. And let's go back here. So do you have any questions on this screen? That is the first tab of the plant. This purchase order is having receiving location as 1710, right? So, but here you're not using it as a Unilog code when you create a purchase order, it is as a plant. But you know that on the TM side, this should be one of the ITA location codes or location code, the redundancy +4 code. In that case, if you want it to be, so this are used as identifiers, but if you want it by this specific name in the body, you can directly change what should be my location if I have this location in place, this specific plant. But whenever you use these identifier, system will identify it is MBPT. So then we saw the address also. If you are creating it for a plant, the address will be copied directly from whatever address you maintain it for the plant. If you are using an interface, you will have to send all this data, especially for the plant. But when you are creating a business partner, whatever data is there in the business partner general data tab, all of that will be moved here when you create a location for that. Here you can have a specific alternate identifier, like I mentioned, if you are sending a data from a third-party system to your S4HANA system here, okay? Oh, so you can still use this data that we said to uniquely identify this and as an alternate identifier. So in the search and all, you can use these alternate identifiers as an alternate identifier type, but you can also create custom alternate identifiers. For example, if I have a third-party system wherein I am maintaining all my master data, and for me it is the single source of truth. Maybe the name of my system is MDA, MD1. So for MD1, if this is the location, so whenever MD1 is sending me a location, the way it is stored in MD1 is maybe MD underscore, maybe it has a country code also underscore India. So when you are trying to search your data in the ZMD1 system, it has been known as MD underscore MBPT underscore IN. And if somebody who is working on the third-party system also and in your S4HANA system on the TM side, he would only be knowing this code. So he can use this as the alternate identifier and identify the location in TM as MBPT. Now here you see some resemblance because I use the same name as MBPT, but there can be a scenario where the names are completely different. In that case, the user might get a bit confused or he might get a bit afraid that he's not able to identify that location. That's the reason to make his life simple. We will maintain the alternate identifiers. So there is another tab called as now the TM tab. So this data is specific to the TM component of the plant. So did you ever order anything or did you ever export anything? Maybe did you send a courier anything to your friends or family members outside India? Did you receive any packaging from outside India? Yeah, so generally what happens, not just maybe an overseas shipment, within India also, you already know that if you are traveling from Mumbai to Pune, you know that there is a check post or toll that you have to pay before entering Pune, right? So here also, when you're doing maybe this is a port, right? So at the port, if suppose there are some security activities or if there is some documentations related to the customs that I have to do, so this location usually takes 72 hours. Okay, so whenever the system identifies this port, the waiting time at this port is minimum 72 hours, before which the customs clearance will not be granted. Okay, but maximum the goods can wait at this location is only for 90 hours. So when the optimizer is running and it identified that this is my port, it will take into consideration the maximum duration. Let me explain. Let us assume this is our got very cramped actually. What is today's date? 7th. So we say that the PGI is on 7th of July and it has to reach plant 1 on 12th. That is what we are anticipating based on our calculation. But we still don't know that there is a waiting time. So there is a concept called as scheduling where based on the source location, destination location, the type of the vehicle you are using and the distance and the duration that is required to reach from Pune to plant 1, the scheduling will give back the duration that is required. So in this case, if the duration is coming to 5 days, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Now to our naked eyes, it's being calculated as 5 days, right? But if you go back to the system and if it has to come via the port, MBPT, there is a waiting time of, maybe here we will put it as 24, and here maximum we will wait only for 2 days. So system will take into consideration the worst case scenario that I have to wait here for 48 hours. So taking that into consideration, it will push the delivery of this one to 14th of July. So here you can tell that what is the time required for any activities that are to be performed at this specific location. So these are some configurations that are related to the cargo security. So here you see that there are 4 different types of shippers from the carrier standpoint. One is an unknown shipper, known shipper, an account shipper, and a regulated shipper. So whenever you are moving your goods via the mode of transport as air, it always has to go through a security check in the case of a cargo also. And in the case also, if you are moving the cargo through the passenger aircraft as well. So there is an internal classification based on the type of the carrier. So where if this would have been maybe an airport in that case, then you would have said that if I'm starting at this location and whenever I am coming at this location, you have to select either one of the values. Okay. And if you select that this is the account shipper. So in that case, so maybe let us take the more generic one. Let us start first with the known shipper. So as the name says, and maybe from a layman term, it says known shipper. That means you already know who is your shipper. In this case, we have been doing business with this carrier day in and day out. The government officials are already aware about the nature of the business of this specific carrier who is doing business starting from this location, about his capabilities and the way he does security check and all. So in this case, if it is a known shipper, so maybe you can relax some of the security concerns where we have faith that he would do all the security related activities. And when it comes to the account shipper, he is maybe present as a registered carrier. Maybe we have a data for this carrier, but he is not a frequent carrier, a frequent shipper in that case. So in that case, he may have some stringent security checks. Okay. This is a regulated agent where this is a government entity. So if it is a government entity, this is a government entity will carry out all the security related activities already in their container yard. So they would not require any specific security screening again over here. If they want, they can still do that. But then when it's a regulated agent, it's a government entity. And when it is an unknown shipper, that means we don't have any past history about the performance of this specific agent and then the capabilities. So in this case, we would have a high level of security and a bit more stringent activities that we have to perform in that case. So here you can tell that who is the party code. You can write maybe it's DHL or maybe it's Blue Dart. Okay. So in case of maybe unknown shipper, you can tell that at what time this is going to expire. Okay. So this is more on the cargo. Sorry, more from the air transport standpoint. Maybe you can disregard it as of now, but yeah, just for your knowledge. Okay. So this is the trailer handling capability of this specific resource. I'm not sure if you ever had the opportunity to visit a port. So it completely depends on how much space that specific port has. Some port have they don't have much space to even have containers for very longer time. So they have very high detention demurrage charges. And in that case, when they don't have a lot of space, they don't allow certain activities. So like I mentioned earlier yesterday as well, there are different types of vehicles, right? This is a decoupled trailer. So it does not have the active tractor to pull this. So this is coupling and decoupling. So all the type of vehicles cannot carry all the different types of trailers. So maybe based on the horsepower of the specific tractor, you have to assign a specific tractor to a specific trailer. So it might so happen that you unload a full one and then you go back with an empty one, or vice versa, whatever can be the situation. In that case, here, where is it? Here you're telling whether recoupling not possible. When you say recoupling not possible, in that case, you cannot do any of this coupling and decoupling activity. It's not allowed at this specific location. He either has to come and take the entire stuff or go back again. He cannot assign and reassign anything. You are saying recoupling possible. That means whichever location it is, irrespective whether I'm going to do inventorization or not at that specific location, this is allowed. Here I am saying recoupling possible if and only if it is my pickup location or delivery location. So that means either it is my first location of the freight order or last location of the freight order. Not first or last in that sense. Maybe if there is a pickup or a delivery at that specific location. Okay. And this is a trailer swap, whether I can swap the trailers or not. So here in this case, if this system is integrated with EWM, you can tell that which is the EWM target system and to which EWM warehouse this is related to, assigned to. So whenever you do any loading, unloading activity, all of this information will flow back to TM, and any related to the TM activities can flow back to EWM. So here you can tell that if you have any specific resources available, like trailers or something that you have, maybe just for information purpose, that they are available at, shit, this again got freezed or no. Yeah, so this one just tells that what type of equipments are available. Okay. Then these are resources. How many types of resources do we have? One is a vehicle resource. Second is a handling resource. Third is a calendar resource. And fourth is a transportation unit. So for every location, you can tell that how many docks you have, and then that docks, how many vehicles you can serve at one point of time. So you can assign the dock as a handling resource. So let me check if it is there or not. So when you create the master data for this specific location, you have to tell that how many doors you have. So let us, so I'll tell you how to create a resource, but as of now, to complete this, I will create door as a handling resource. Okay. I'll go to create, sorry. I went to this T code /n/SCM TMS RES01. Apart from that, you can also go from the SAP menu, logistics, transportation management, master data, resource, and this RES01. Same T code I entered earlier. I'll go to create resource. Now we mentioned, right, there are 4 types of resource: vehicle resource, calendar resource, transportation unit, and handling unit. Now the resource that we are talking here at this plant is a handling resource for loading, unloading. So I will go to the resource T code, click on the tab, handling resource, select the resource class as door. So dolly, doors, and forklift. Do you know what is a dolly? So dolly is something on which you place your boxes and you drag it. Let me show you. Dolly is not anybody's name, yeah. Dolly cart. So you see this one or this one. So you place your boxes over here and then you drag your stuffs. Maybe to be more precise, this one and this one as well. So when you see the movers and packers, when they come to your house, they would be placing all their boxes on this one and they just drag it. So at one go, they can carry 7 to 8 boxes at one point. So it's more efficient than one guy carrying only one box. So I will select, I want to create it as a door. Not sure if there is any equipment type needed. Yeah. So I will say this is door 1. So door 1 of the type resource class doors, and then this door belongs to which location? This belongs to my port. It has to be in the time zone IST. Is there any calendar? So now you have to tell the system that at one point in this door, what is my capacity? This is a non-dimensional capacity. Okay, I will just say 10. So that means on one door, I can cater to, my door is so big that I can cater to, maybe I didn't select it as a door. I selected it as a door. If I would have selected as a dock, so maybe I would have had more capacity, but I chose it to be a door. So maybe I'll say the door is big enough to handle maybe 5, Then here there are different tabs. Here you don't need this. You can say, you can give a validity for this one. You can say when the door is having a downtime, when the door is closed. So system will take this into consideration. When the door is not available, it will push or prepone the delivery time. This is not required here. This one Neela. So all of this is not required, but yeah, here now you know that you have one door. This is one door and it can handle 5 resources at a time. Okay, and I save this. Now I come back here to my location and I select the door. You saw now previously the F4 didn't give us any results. Now you see the door that we created as a resource, right? For this specific location, that is MBPT. Okay. So what is my consumption at one time? I will consume only one at that point of time. For example, so at one time I need only one door, right? For example, if I had 10 to 20 workers, but then at one time, if I require 2, I will just write it as 2 over there. Okay. Here, this is nothing but the operating time. So this is actually the calendar resource. So you should actually come here, create a calendar, and then assign that calendar, whatever resource you create here, to. Yeah, so here nothing but you just have to maintain any specific calendars that you want to assign, telling that what is my inbound calendar, what is my outbound calendar, and then you can tell when is this plant available, when it is not available. So based on this resource that you assign, system will behave accordingly. Here it will just tell you more about what resources you have mentioned for this specific plant. So you can also assign a specific vehicle resource also to a specific plant. This just gives you information about what are your inbound resources that you have assigned, your outbound resources, what are the operating times for each of the handling resource that you have. Okay. So apart from that, this is one additional tab where you can define something which the customer requires to uniquely identify this specific location.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key feature of the transportation execution component in SAP S4HANA TM? Option A, freight order management. Option B, shipment tracking. Option C, route optimization. Option D, proof of delivery. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to become an expert in supply chain management with SAP S4HANA TM? Our self-paced course on Teachable is here to help you master this powerful software. In this comprehensive course, you'll learn everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA TM, from the fundamentals to advanced techniques. It's designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge to streamline your supply chain operations. Our course curriculum covers a wide range of topics, including material requirements planning, transportation management, and inventory optimization. With step-by-step guidance and real-world examples, you'll gain practical experience in using SAP S4HANA TM to drive efficiency and productivity. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience in supply chain management and SAP S4HANA TM implementation. They'll share their expertise and provide personalized support, ensuring you get the most out of the course. Don't just take our word for it. Our satisfied students rave about the quality of our training and the tangible results they've achieved in their careers. The best part? This comprehensive training is available at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to advance their skills and stay ahead in the competitive job market. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including cost, syllabus, pricing, and enrollment information.
So I'll come to the TM status tab. I'll come to the document flow. Now you see that the freight unit is created. So in an event when you have not activated transportation management for a specific process, so we will come to the scenario where how do you activate integration and all of that. But then as of now, keep it in mind that for processes where you have not activated transportation management, you will not see the TM status tab. Okay. So if you don't see the TM status tab, that means the integration is not working in that case. Yeah. So this is a FU type. Okay. This is our start location. This is our destination location. Okay. So locations are also part of the master data that we discussed the other day, right? So there are different types of locations which can be created in TM. These locations, these are actual plants and vendors on the upstream processes in the S4 side. So they are coming directly from the upstream process. But we created one such master data previously. We created a location type called as port, right? Yeah, but this port has no relevance whatsoever in this requirement document, that is the purchase order, right? You don't see any relevance here in this purchase order. It is only saying that it is starting from a plant to a destination location called 1710. So this is the one who is sending the goods. This is the place where we will receive the goods, and the inventorization will happen at 1710. But we are not doing any inventorization at 1101 at this port. So when you so the other thing that you have to keep it in mind that all the locations may not have any relevance in the upstream processes, and these might only be relevant to the TM related master data or the transportation network. So the other thing that we discussed previously also, maybe we just touched based on that topic. So what is an object in TM, which is a collection of different locations? Another kind of master data called transportation zone. Suppose if I have, sorry. So here we have 2 distribution centers. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Generally, you cannot create your own transportation network based on your intellect. You have to get in touch with the client, try to understand what different processes they have implemented, then what are the different ways in which they transport goods, what are the different contracts do they have, in which contract they have a higher frequency of moving the vessels compared to other specific route that they have. So you can suggest when they should go and create a zone, but until and unless you have not completely studied their entire transportation network, it will be very difficult for anyone to identify when they should use a zone and when they should not use a zone. So creation of a zone is not a mandatory master data. Okay. You might see in some projects that a zone is somebody has created a zone, but in other projects they might have not created. So there is nothing right or wrong in whether you create or you don't create. It completely depends on how flexible you are and how you want to reduce the cumbersome task of creating an additional transportation master data that is called as lanes. Okay. So let us assume that I have in total 8 stores. So 8 stores are locations in transportation management, and in the upstream processes, since there will be inventorization at all of these plants, all of these stores, they are also created as plants. And whenever you have to move goods, you will be creating a stock transfer order. So maybe you would have observed that whenever you're talking to the business, they don't generally go and specify or talk about any specific store when they do any analysis, or maybe they have to find out anything related to that specific geographical location. So they only talk about, maybe they would have named some specific stores which lie under this area, one zone. Maybe they would put these 2 stores in this zone, the other third and the fourth in another. They would not call it zone, but the terminology in transportation is a zone. They might call it as clusters, or maybe they might call it as buckets. So maybe every time you have a discussion with the business, you try to understand that whatever jargon they are using, how can you relate that to TM in the TM acronym world that you are into, and then make the client familiarize that these are the new terms and terminologies that they should get acquainted when they are going to start using TM. Otherwise, it will be a very cumbersome task for all of you to understand what is the master data that is required, because you might be seeing that you want the master data for zones, but they might interpret it something differently. So it is very important that you even communicate to the client what are the new terminologies that they should be using in the TM world. Okay. So for example, here we can put all of these stores into one specific zone. Where is the option to fill it? This is zone 1 where DC1 caters to the requirements for all of these stores. So when we were discussing about a lane, or maybe in other words, to tell the transportation management system or to tell the optimizer that I am doing business with, to tell the optimizer that DC1 is doing business with store 1, store 3, store 1, store 2. The only thing that the optimizer understands that it can go to store 4 or any of the store or any of the locations for that matter is if it has a lane. If there is no lane, optimizer will think that we cannot reach this location. So in that sense, even if I create a lane from DC1 to store 4, that is if I create an STO from DC1 to store 4, optimizer will fulfill this requirement because we have created a lane called DC1 to store 4. But if you create any returns from store 4 to DC1, what will happen in this case? What do you think? You guys are able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you think? Can I send any store returns from S4 to DC1? There is no right answer, wrong answer, okay? Whatever you feel like, you can just comment, it's fine. So this DC caters to these stores. So if we have to send the goods back, there has to be a lane again from store 4 back to DC1. You getting my point? So here, since you have only 4 stores and only 1 DC, and I can maybe move goods from each of these stores to any store which has a requirement. For example, store 4 is out of stock, but and in this region there is a high demand for a specific product. And since in store 2 the demand is not very high because maybe the customer preference is different, they have an overstock. So maybe I can also create an STO from S2 to S4, right? In that case. So in that case, how many lanes I'll have to create to cater to this requirement to move goods from DC1 to each of these stores, to come back from each of these stores back to DC1, to move the goods within each of the stores. If S4, store 4 has a requirement of a specific product which is having a great demand in this specific locality, but the same product in S2 is not having a good customer review and maybe it has a low catchment in this area. Since S4 requires that product, S2 will ship the products from S2 to S4. So apart from calculating the lanes to move the goods to the store and to come back, I also may have a scenario where I will have to move the goods to any respective store within these stores. So how many more additional lanes apart from the 8 that you mentioned I'll have to create? So this is the scenario only when you have only 4 stores and 1 DC. So imagine you are in a project where if you are implementing SAP TM for a retailer, example, you got placed maybe at Reliance Industries and you have handling the transportation management for Reliance Retail. Reliance Retail has multiple format companies. So imagine you have to cater to the needs of all the format companies, all the different merchandises that they have, all the different material groups, all the different stores. So imagine you go to Reliance Mart. It's not necessary that you only have fruits and vegetables. You have other categories of products as well. If you go to GeoMart as well. So in this case, what I'll do, I'll put all of these stores in one zone. And then that I know that DC1 caters to all the stores in this zone. In that case, what I'll do, I'll just create one lane from DC1 to this zone and another lane to come back from this zone to DC1. So previously we were creating how many lanes? 8 lanes, right? To just start from the DC and go to a respective store. So now how many lanes we are creating? Just 2 lanes, right? So now we only took care about moving the goods from DC1 to these stores. But what about the truck moving within these zones? So there is another concept called as an intrazone. So I'll create an intrazone. I'm not sure if I can. Let me try. It's very shabby though. Excuse me for that. So for this, you will create a intrazone to move the goods within this specific zone. Okay, so we saw, so the zone is basically a collection of locations that you want them to be falling under the same specific geographical location. So if you go back to the system and if you want to create a specific zone, so generally from the transportation planning standpoint, maybe I will not say that that is the golden rule to do that, but generally we segregate it based on regions. Okay, so if suppose you are implementing it for India, so you are a multinational company and you are using a single transportation management system to take care of your geographical needs across the entire globe. So as we know that any custom object starts with C, so you can start with C and say that it is India, and then maybe put the region as Maharashtra. And you can say zone of Maharashtra. So if you click here, okay, and you will have to, when you click here, there is an additional tab that opens below. You can come down over here. Now, what do you see here? A zone comprises of 3 different characteristics which you can use to signify what falls under this zone. Okay, you can also give a latitude, longitude to your zone. Okay, but from a TM standpoint, it will never calculate this until and unless you want to do the calculation at the zone level. We spoke about the precision level the other day, right? That at what level you want to do your calculation of the distance and duration. So here if I say, since I stated that this is the region of Maharashtra, this is or, okay? You don't, it's not an and that you have to maintain everything. So I select the region. I say create. You select your country. So by default, regions are there, but cities are not there. So you'll have to reach out to SAP for that. But select India and region is Maharashtra. So if you do this, what will happen? Whatever locations that are created in your system, all the locations that fall under the region of Maharashtra will come under the zone that you created. That is the zone of Maharashtra. So that is true only if after you have discussed with your business and they agree to the fact that all the locations that we have created in transportation management, it is okay that they fall in the zone of Maharashtra. You're getting my point? Or they might say, we don't want to go as per the concept of the zone. Okay. Let us use postal codes. So in that case, what will happen? You can also add postal codes. For example, starting from 400 to 700 and then 400 to 710. So whatever postal codes which fall within the range of 400, 700 to 400, 710, after it has analyzed all the master data of the locations, it will fall under this category of the zone. Here you have different locations. And the other day we created a location, right? So let us try to find our location based on the country that we using number 13. So we created the port and continue. So for me, this is the zone of Maharashtra. I will save it. Okay. But there can be a twist over here. These are all my, so assume that these are all my customers now. So I'm telling that the DC1 should cater to all my customers in the zone of Maharashtra. Correct? But if I, so since this is the region of Maharashtra, I come here. The only thing that we know as of now is to go come here and put the region of Maharashtra. And then we also know that within this region of Maharashtra, I have store 1, and store 2. But whenever I'm moving the goods within this zone, I don't want the store 1 and store 2 to be considered over here in this one, even when they are in the zone of Maharashtra, because the addresses of these stores and these customers both have the region as Maharashtra. So in that case, what you'll do, you know that the entire region of Maharashtra has these 6 locations, okay? But whenever I'm creating a zone to deliver my goods to the region of Maharashtra where my customers are situated, I don't want in this zone any of my operational facilities to be taken into consideration. So what I'll do in that case, sorry. So here it is saying that the entire region of Maharashtra, okay, within that the postal codes of 400 to 710. I'll delete this, we don't need this. So in the entire region of Maharashtra, if I have 2 operational facilities which should not be considered when I'm delivering anything to this specific zone or moving goods within this specific zone, I'll come to the locations. I'll select on create. When I select this location, there is a button called as exclude. So I will click this. So even when the port of MBVT, for example, in our deck, we saw consider it as a store. So maybe from here, it is a port. So in the region of Maharashtra, when I have to cater to all the demands, I don't want any of the demand that is going to this port or coming from this port should be taken into consideration starting for this port. Okay. So this will be very helpful when you have to segregate some of the locations which should not fall under the category. The example that I gave you, that you want to create any specific zone only for customers and you have some operational centers which should not be taken into consideration, you can add the list of operational locations over here. So these are all cutover activities, okay? So maybe I had a project where we had almost 20 locations which should not be considered for the zone. Okay.
Understood.
The other thing that we saw was zone hierarchy. So this is the zone we created. So I'll delete this. Okay. So I have to segregate my zone of Maharashtra into 3 categories. Okay. Let me create a new zone. Customer. Zone for customers in Maharashtra. So I created 2 zones. One zone which should consider all the customers that are within my, all the customers which are in the region of Maharashtra. So maybe I have identified based on postal codes. Okay. So all my customers starting from 400700 to 400710 fall under this postal code, and they are in the zone of Maharashtra for customers.
Okay.
So there is another zone where all my operational facilities fall under this specific postal code. But then these 2 zones, even if they are umbrellas, they fall under a bigger umbrella, right? That is the zone of Maharashtra. So how will the system understand that even if these 2 are individually created, they fall under the bigger zone called Maharashtra? So in that case, I will use the concept of a zone hierarchy. Where it went. There is a standard configuration. Based on that, system identifies the RELH as the zone hierarchy. Okay, so you should always use this one only. Don't change it ever. You can, but then you will have to change those specific configurations as well. You have to select this zone hierarchy, come here. So first what I'll add the parent zone. So which is the parent zone? INH Maharashtra. And maybe if I am implementing multiple projects, I might also have some other zones. Wait, since we have few regions over here also. Maybe it will be a bit confusing. That's fine. So I'll add the parent zone here first. So the parent zone is added here now. Now I will select this child zone because the customer and operational centers are within the zone of Maharashtra. So I'll select this and add the object so that it falls under the zone of Maharashtra. So I'll select customer and I'll select operational facilities. So now if you expand, so if you now see that these two child zones are under the bigger zone called zone of Maharashtra. So now what will happen, even if I create a lane from the zone of Maharashtra, and if you select a postal code which is in this zone of operational facility, if TM does not identify a lane from Maharashtra operational facility to a specific location, it will try to go one level up and check whether a zone exists from the zone of Maharashtra to a specific customer that you want to go. And if the zone exists, system will take the lane from the zone of Maharashtra to the customer. Okay, so the use of the hierarchy is to first segregate your geographical locations the way you want them, and if there is any specific requirement to have a smaller zone, and then tell the system that all these small zones are under the bigger zone called zone of Maharashtra. So maybe if you want to confine some activities only in this specific zone, in that case you can do this. Maybe you can just create an intra zone here and do all your operational work that you want without interfering any of the activities that are related to your customer needs. Okay, so did you understand the concept of zones and zone hierarchy, when we should create it and how to create it? So the freight unit that was created, where is it? Yeah. If I have to move the goods from US SU to SP1710, what should exist in the system? If I have to move the goods from location US SU to 1710, what should exist in the transportation management system? In the transportation management system, if I have to tell the TM that you can move goods from USSU to SP1710, what is the master data that should be there in the TM system? So default route is an optional master data. The first thing that should be there for the mode of transport road is transportation lane. Created one means of transport also last time. So when you come here, you will see here, this is the T code for transportation lane /SCM TL5. So for you to create a lane, for the first thing is that that specific plant or business partner, whatever you used to create your requirement document, should exist as a location on the transportation management side, or that location should be part of a specific zone. So let us first talk about going from a zone to zone. So what was the location here? US SU to this shipping point. If you press enter and say display, it will say transportation lane does not exist. So in that case, what you should do, if you will try to plan this freight unit, system will not be able to plan anything, because we are not telling the optimizer that we are having any contract with any carrier to move our goods from USSU to SP1710. So I'll go to create. So when you go to create, you see that the screen is divided into two equal halves. The first part is telling me means of transport, and the second one tells me a carrier, and in the bracket it is written select means of transport. So let us go back. Sorry. This is our USSU to locations SP_1710. So here you move. So in this case, you're moving your good from USSU to SP1710. So what are the type of the products that you have here? Product 1, which is an ambient product. Product 2, which is a reefer product. That means you need a chiller vehicle for this. And this is your location. So now what we are doing, we are creating a lane to go to SP01 and come back from SP, sorry, I said 01, SP1710 to and fro between these two locations. Now what are these triangles over here? These triangles, what are these triangles doing here? I gave you a hint here. When you have to go to office, if it is very hot, yeah, so if it is an ambient vehicle, you would like to use a dry means of transport. But if you are using a reefer, you would like to use a reefer vehicle which has a refrigerator. So When you are creating a lane has to be created with reference to a means of transport. So first you have to tell the system that even when I am going from this location to this location, what are my options to reach this location and what type of options do I have? So I'm telling the system that you can use a dry vehicle or you can use a reefer vehicle. So let us come here and click the button create. So when you select create over here, there are multiple options that you see over here. But the very first thing that you have to select, is a means of transport. So we created a 20. Let us create one more quickly. So first we are saying that we have two options here. First is I can either move my goods using a dry truck or I can use a reefer truck. Every lane has a validity based on your transportation network and the area that you cater to and based on your business needs that you would like to do business in this area for how much time. Generally we enter 999, but then some contracts have a validity. Okay, so maybe this is starting from 1st of July to 30th of June. Okay, so here in this case, if you already know that what is your distance and duration, you can enter this and fix it over here. But in another case, when we implement GIS, based on the source and the destination locations here and the precision level that we have activated, you can select generate proposal. But since now the GIS is not activated, it is not getting any data over here. So I will enter it on my own that to start from this location to reach over here, the transportation distance, maybe it's 100 kilometers. And maybe the duration to reach there is 8 hours. So these are something called as a notional cost that you can assign to the specific means of transport. So when there is a trade-off that you have to do, whether which means of transport I have to use, there are the different criteria as how you can tell the optimizer that which means of transport I want to use. I can use a cost factor to tell that if you use this one, it is a bit costlier as compared to the other ones, because based on the requirements, we have to pay for whichever means of transport that we use. So this is also for the similar thing. for the minimum and maximum cost that you want to assign. So there is another component called costs and constraints that we will see during optimizer planning. So these parameters are also used during transportation planning. Okay. So now there is another concept. Yeah. So now there is another concept called a strategy that is called as a carrier selection strategy. This is our source location. This is our 1, 0. We said we have 2 products. One is ambient, another is a reefer product. And we are creating a lane from and the MTRs that we have are ZTR underscore dry and ZTR underscore reefer. Okay. So now we are telling the system you can go from USSU to SP1710. Further, we are telling the system there are 2 different ways. Sorry, not 2 different ways, 2 different medium through which you can reach. That is first using a dry vehicle or you want to use a reefer vehicle. When to use dry, when to use reefer, that we will check later on, because you have to tell the optimizer that since the transportation group of this is ambient, use an ambient. If the transportation group is maybe chilled, it has to use a reefer vehicle. So that's a separate thing. But then if I have to move from this location to this location using a dry truck, I need to first have a contract with the carrier. After having the contract, even if I'm telling that this is the means of transport, I should have that specific type of the resource. A specific resource, either I can own the resource or I can have a contract with the carrier to use to use their resource. Okay. So once I know these are my start and end location, this is the type of the truck that I want. Now further, I would like to have the quotations from the carrier, that how much each of these carriers is going to charge me. Even before charging me, what are the carriers with whom I can have a contract? So this is something that happens outside the system. The business will only come and tell you that if this is the type of the truck, this is the start location, this is the end location. I have carriers C1, C1, C2, and C3. But on the other hand, if this is the start location, this is the end location, if I have to use a reefer, they had on that specific, in that specific year, maybe they had good negotiation skills and they could grab maybe 4 carriers. For every means of transport, you have a carrier. When should each of this carrier be selected? Is it that whatever optimizer likes at that point of time, he should select C1, or whether that day he likes C3? Product is one criteria. So if that product is ambient, we already told the optimizer it has to select a dry vehicle. If I have to move a dry vehicle, we have given the optimizer 3 options: carrier 1, carrier 2, and carrier 3. So when the actual optimizer is running, it has 3 options of the carriers. Now we have to tell the optimizer that even if you have 3 carriers, the way I have negotiated with the carriers is something different, and I want to tell you what I have negotiated with the carrier. So the negotiation with the carrier in the TM system with whatever functionalities that we have is based on two criteria. These are two separate master data that fall under the carrier selection strategy. First is business share. Second is transportation allocations. We will come to separate maintenance of that, but then you can maintain a business share, a transportation allocation directly in the transportation lane or using a separate master data as well. But since we have come over here now, what is the business share and what is the transportation allocation? You can assign as many carriers as you have. For example, if you have to go to your office, I don't know if you have been to the Mumbai office, you can either go by an NMMT bus or a BST bus or a private bus or a private vehicle, right? So you have three different carriers to whom you have to pay for consuming their service. But the lane is still the same, right? Your start location is from your house to the Mumbai office, right?
Yeah.
Similarly here, my start location, end location is same, but this is, if you have chosen to go by an AC bus, you can use the BST bus, an MMT bus, or a private bus to whom you have to pay based on. So example, this is the BST, this is an MMT, and this is some private bus. So for you, you had three carriers, right? Even if your lane is the same. So business shares are always percentage based. Okay. You cannot specify an absolute value for the share. But to allocations, you can define. You can define the count. So if suppose I am Cargill, I am doing business with let us name some carriers. Maybe he is Unison, he is Mirasol, and this is unsure. So I have three carriers: Unison, Mirasol, and unsure. So based on my relationship with Mirasol, I have been doing business with him for past 20 years. And for me, the relationship with Mirasol is of utmost importance. I cannot put him down by giving him less business. So I have agreed with Mirasol that whenever my truck will move from USSU to SP1710, it is out of our relationship that I will always give you 50% of the business on this specific lane.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP S4HANA TM, what is the purpose of the transportation cockpit? Option A, to plan and schedule transportation routes. Option B, to monitor and analyze transportation processes. Option C, to create and manage freight orders. Option D, to handle freight invoicing and accounting. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
With Unison and Mansoor, I am on equal terms with each of them. So I will tell 25% I will give it to you and 25% I will give it to you. Okay. And then, like I told you already, business is already aware of their output, that how much tons of goods get shipped out from this location and how much goods are delivered to this specific location on a daily basis, bi-weekly basis, monthly basis, 6 months, 12, 1 year, whatever you ask them, they already have a historical data. Okay. So based on that, they know that in a specific month, always there are 500 shipments that go from USSU to 1710. So like I told you, this is not an actual number, but then a rough estimation the business can always give you is that 200 orders should always be given to Mirasol and 100 each to Manchur. So when the optimizer is running, okay, what it will try to do out of the 500 orders that we receive, and maybe this is the first order that is coming, to whom will the optimizer assign? To whom will the optimizer assign if the first order is coming? If the slate is very clear, you don't have any prior calculations. The first calculation that will happen is, since Mirasol is having 50% of the business share and the allocations are also still available, let me assign the first order to whom? To Mirasol. So when you will go back and check the business share, you will see that there is an increment against Mirasol. I think it's something called as current count or something. I'm not able to recollect. So even when the business share is percentage, the count is a whole number. Okay, it will say 1 over here. So similarly, internally, system tries to calculate. But before that, there is another concept that how do you want to place these carriers when I am doing a tendering. Now, what is tendering? In a tendering process, even when I know that I have 3 carriers, Unison, Mirasol and Mansoor, I would like to give each of them equal opportunity, okay, based on the freight orders that they are executing or not executing. So currently in TM, there are 2 different ways in which you can do tendering. One is a peer-to-peer tender, where at one point you give a stipulated time to every carrier to come back and respond that whether you want to take my load or not. Okay. And in the broadcast, you give all carriers equal opportunity at one point itself. So in Mirasol, you will in peer-to-peer, you will send a request for quotation to any one of the carrier. I'll tell you how that ranking is calculated. Who has the highest ranking will get the first opportunity in peer-to-peer. But in broadcast, everybody will get equal opportunity. Now to do this carrier ranking, what does system do internally? So like you saw here you're seeing priority or cost. Here it is saying, I don't want to do any ranking. It is neither cost nor priority. Here you are assigning a notional cost to the system. If you select cost here, there are 3 different types of cost that you will see here: internal cost, external cost, or cost calculated by the component of TCM, that is transportation charge management. If I select internal cost, whatever cost that I define here, that system will take it, for this carrier, when you maintain it over here, we will see that system will take the cost from that. It is a notional cost. This we don't use it much if it is for an external call, but here in transportation charge management, there are some objects called as freight agreements and the entire carrier contract that you maintain. So these are the actual cost that will be incurred if you move your goods from this location. And then here you say the one that we discussed here, like how much percentage you have to give and how much allocation, all that you can define it here. So I have to put this checkbox. I'll have to tell what is the positive tolerance, negative tolerance, what is the penalty cost that should be incurred. So here I'm only telling for this means of transport that I am activating it. And here, like I mentioned, you can have a period, maybe whatever allocation or business share you are saying, maybe it is for a specific week or it is for a specific month or only for a day or a week. After I have selected that I want to do carrier selection for this specific carrier, I'll come to this one. Yeah, I'm selecting cost into priority. I'll just save this and then where it went. We just saved, right? Now for this means of transport, I will assign a carrier. So the carrier will be visible here if and only if it has a business role carrier in the BP tab. Let us take brown wood. Okay, I'll go to the data maintenance later on. So, but as So here we have a carrier, okay, and then like I mentioned over here, this is the internal cost. You can assign a internal cost stating that maybe a 10 per each, that is every time we create a freight order. This is maybe a non-dimensional cost that you want to assign. So you can select whatever dimension that you want, but I have selected each. And here also you can tell that maybe 1 per kilometer, that is a distance based cost. So we saw there are how many criteria? There are 4 criteria. One is only cost. Second is priority, is cost into, and fourth is cost plus priority. So here I'm telling that this carrier has priority 1. So if I add one more column here, and say this is the cost, the priority. Maybe for our demonstration now, we will only say that we are using the transportation management cost. And each time if I have to move the goods from USSU to this location, carrier 1 will charge me 200 euros. This guy will charge me 400 euros. And he will charge me, let me give him a bit less. This guy maybe 400, and this is 300. I'm saying Mirasol should be given highest priority, then it should be Mansoor, and then it should be Unison. I'm saying this guy always has highest priority. I'll tell you what is continuous move. Then I'm telling that he has business 50%. He has 50% of the share of the business. And each time I go from this location, I can tell the system what is the maximum capacity and the minimum. Minimum means optimizer should adhere to this by giving minimum to this carrier. So here, since I'm saying 200, minimum I want it to be given is 200 to this carrier. Maximum you can give is 205, but not more than 205. Similarly, you can set it for other carriers. I'm telling that this carrier is eligible for tendering. You can assign a priority, and in broadcast also you can assign a priority, and I will save this. If you don't put this checkbox, then at the time of tendering, optimizer will not take this into consideration. There are different options during tendering, but if in that option, if you select that tendering should take place from the carriers who are in the lane, and if you don't put this checkbox, you will not see this carrier that is included for tendering activity. Okay, now I save it over here. So now you assume that we have 3 carriers, and this is how we have set the priorities. This is what is the cost. This is what is the business share, and these are the allocations. Okay, let us not discuss this. It's a bit confusing for you. So if we take into consideration these values before starting the tendering, what the optimizer will do, optimizer has to do a carrier ranking. Shortcuts don't work. So if I select only strategy, okay, then what do you think? If I select only cost, and we said that cost is based totally on the TCM cost that we will do rather than the notional internal cost. So what do you think, who would be the first carrier to whom at the time of tendering when it's a peer-to-peer tender? So here also based on priority, C2 will be given the highest priority. So whenever system is generating this ranking like C2, C3, C1, even when Mirasol is the cheapest carrier, and if I have exhausted this 200 transportation allocation count, system will not put Mirasol in C2. Sorry, system will not assign Mirasol as the first in the ranking. Maybe as per the internal calculation, C3, that is Manchur, even if it is second priority. And since I have exhausted the 200 total count of this specific carrier, the opportunity should now be given to Manchur. And if Manchur is not able to do it, give it to Unison. And if Unison is not able to give it, and then only you give it to C2. But in this case, it will not give it to C2 because I have already finished my allocation. So the only carriers you will see in the ranking is C3 and C1 only, because the allocation is full for Mirasol. Getting my point?
Yes, that is clear.
Yeah. So now what is cost into priority? Cost into priority means, let me do the calculation. For C1, what is the amount that will come to? If I do cost into priority, that is 400 into 3, that is 1200. For C2, it will be 200 into 1. So that is 200 only. And for Manchur, it will be 300 into, sorry, it will be C2 is 200 and C3 is 600. So now system is going to compare these costs and compare the business share and allocations that is left out, that how should I build the ranking. Since I mentioned that in peer-to-peer, we send an RFQ only to one carrier at a time. So who has topped the ranking will be sent first, then second, then third, then fourth. Okay. But in broadcast, all the carriers will be sent at the same time only. Even though it will build a ranking list, but it's of no use because you have to give equal opportunity to everyone. And in the last one, that is cost plus priority, what will happen? C1 will be 400 plus 3, it is 403. C2 will be 200 plus 1, 201. And C3 is 300 plus 2, that is 302. So whatever strategy you define here, you want cost or you want priority, you want cost plus priority or cost into priority. Based on that, system will build a ranking. You can select only one at a time. You cannot select all. Based on that, a ranking is created, and when you carry out tendering, the first carrier who has ranked will be given the first opportunity in a peer-to-peer tender. When you send an RFQ to the carrier, and if he rejects the tender, then only the second carrier will get the opportunity. And if he rejects, then the third carrier. And if all of them reject, then you can try to do a broadcast where you send it to all the carriers. So this completely depends on the way business wants to do tendering. There are many enhancement spots also available. We will see how to do that, how to set this up, but then the different options that are available in the lane when you create a lane, these are all the options. So generally we maintain separate master data, but it would depend how the business wants to use it. Let's selected this one. So this positive, what is the use of this positive and negative tolerance? You can specify what is the tolerance that you allow the system. So for example, here you can also add a penalty of one each. So in this case, what will happen, since you have given it a 10%, here whatever order that is coming, maybe 5% more. If 10 you have given, so 5 more orders you can take. But then there is a penalty that you have to pay. So this penalty, if during calculation, it will use this for cost calculation internally. If you are giving extra, if there is a shortfall, so what is this shortfall? Here, if this is still cheaper, but then since you have given this higher priority, optimizer will check whatever penalty you are giving for a shortfall, maybe at the 49th order, It does not go as per sequence. It only over the bucket or over the period of time, it tries to meet this criteria. It will not happen that first 50 orders it will give to Mirasol. It is not going to happen like that. Okay, just keep that in mind. If ever there is a shortfall and optimizer feels there is some another carrier who is cheaper and maybe more viable, it will still try to accept and if try to fit if it is fitting in that negative tolerance, or if there is any penalty which is still okay for the optimizer to pay internally, and then assign this carrier or give this carrier the highest ranking in the ranking. So I'll quickly show you how, where does that ranking come? Otherwise, you might be just wondering what exactly is happening. So tendering generally we will use it only for road, okay? So if I'm moving it by road, what is the execution document that will be created for road? What will create a freight? So there is this is the freight order. There is this tab called subcontracting. Okay. And then you will see this tab here called as carrier ranking. So from here you can select. There is a button called I think the carrier is assigned. Yeah, so the carrier is already assigned here. I will remove this. Go to subcontracting. Here there is a button called carrier selection. So from here I'll just select the default one and say okay. This is not set up actually, but yeah, we'll do that when we reach there. But generally here you will see the carriers. Just ignore this button that I have clicked now. Okay. This will be done by the system automatically. So you will see that based on whatever we discussed, there is a ranking that comes here. There will be an amount. Whatever means of transport we select. And then we said that these carriers are relevant for peer-to-peer tendering. You will see this checkbox over here. And then based on this, when you select tendering overview, system will use the data from the carrier ranking. And if we select peer-to-peer, in the configuration, we will maintain selected from the ranking list. Since this USTM carrier one is given higher priority, this carrier would be sent first or be given the opportunity first to carry out a peer-to-peer tender. If and only if carrier one rejects, then it will be sent to the carrier 2. And then what is the meaning of continuous move?
Hey there, want to become an expert in supply chain management with SAP S4HANA TM? Our self-paced course on Teachable is here to help you master this powerful software. In this comprehensive course, you'll learn everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA TM, from the fundamentals to advanced techniques. It's designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge to streamline your supply chain operations. Our course curriculum covers a wide range of topics, including material requirements planning, transportation management, and inventory optimization. With step-by-step guidance and real-world examples, you'll gain practical experience in using SAP S4HANA TM to drive efficiency and productivity. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience in supply chain management and SAP S4HANA TM implementation. They'll share their expertise and provide personalized support, ensuring you get the most out of the course. Don't just take our word for it. Our satisfied students rave about the quality of our training and the tangible results they've achieved in their careers. The best part? This comprehensive training is available at an affordable price, making it accessible to professionals seeking to advance their skills and stay ahead in the competitive job market. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training, including course syllabus, pricing, and enrollment information.